right? But because you guys came to this event, I want to do something special for you. Take a look. It's not going to be 3,873. I got something really special for you guys. In the back, there's two sheets. There's a yellow sheet and a green sheet. The yellow sheet only has one side. See it? The green sheet has two sides. That means not only does it have this, it has another $2,779 worth of bonuses, plus my consultation. So now you're at $13,000. Okay? $13,000. So you don't want the yellow sheet. You want the what? You don't want the what? Yellow sheet. You want the green sheet, right? So if you were to call any tape distributor or anyone who carries my materials, you would invest $3,873. So let me ask you a question. How many of you do not own this library in this room? Can I see your hands? How many would take it home if it was absolutely free? Oh, I'm glad you want it. If you didn't take it home, could we say the final area of concern would be money? With your permission, could we talk about money? If you called any distributor, you pay $3,873, but because you came here today, the first people that go to that table, I'm going to do something really special for you. First of all, I'm not going to give you 1 year. I'm going to give you 2 years of the green sheet. 2 years, right, of the audios and all that good stuff. You're going to get 1 hour with me for the first ones that go to the table where Rob is, Rob wave, where Rob is, first ones that go there. I'd like to give the coaching consultation to like the first 5 because you're motivated, right? It's not going to be 2,873. It's not going to be 1,000. It's going to be a tax deductible what? $997. So what I'd like to do for you guys, for the first 5 people that go to the table, I'm going to, because of it's a small group, I'm going to do it for $497. Did you hear that? I'm going to cut it in half. $497. So anyone that goes to the table on the next break, it's $497, okay? So take a look. Instead of $997, it's $497. And then one-on-one coaching with me. But wait, there's more. I'm going to give you all these bonuses for the first 5. So I hope I've served you well. I know I rushed, but I hope to come back to the break and say hi. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. So come and see me at the table, guys. Come on up. Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's next, right?
Let's give another round of applause. Let's give another round of applause for all our characters. Worked together for many, many years. Great program, a lot of content, a lot of value.
Yeah, how are you today?
So we'll see Omar in the back. Right now,
I met your wife at your American Academy of Stem Cell a couple weeks ago.
Perfect. Today I'm going to talk about a product that we have, and we're looking for people to sell it.
Beautiful.
Pat is one of the president founder of MagnaWave.
Okay.
And he has just, I mentioned earlier, they have an FDA approval coming out of a product called Aura. And I'm going to let him share with you his journey of success. And what he's done, his company is a worldwide organization. They have been working in the world of working with veterinarians, working with horse tracks, helping animals with PEMF technology for many, many years. The same technology that many of you are maybe familiar with in some of the devices if you go to some of the different shows. In addition, Pat, not only being a speaker, he's also an author and is actually writing a chapter in a compilation book with Brian Tracy coming up. So are you all, they got you signed up? Anthony's gonna get you set up. We're gonna get him set up there. Now let me also, just so you know, for the rest of the day, we have some amazing presenters coming up. Dr. AJ Farshad is going to be speaking. If you want to put it in your pocket, you can. Halas is going to be speaking as well. Both of them will be as well as Michelle McHenry. She's going to be talking to you about glutathione and NUMI. She's a nurse, registered nurse practitioner, and if I said that right, because I know some say RN, RNP, but again, these are people in the health space that are going to help you live longer and feel better. Because you know what the bottom line is? We all want money, we all want self-improvement, but what's the number one thing we all want? Health. Because if you got health, as Omar said, health is wealth. I know many of you, we know that. How many of you know people that are just struggling every day to get through the day because of their health? I had a heart attack at 26 years of age.
How do I do that?
And that was 10 years ago. So I know firsthand how much it's important to take care of yourself. So right now, I want to bring Pat. Are you ready to, are you set? All right, let's give it up for Mr. Pat Ziemer. Let's give a big round of applause. Pat, the stage is yours.
Can you play that video? Can't hear it.
You gotta turn it up a little bit.
Can't hear it. It's okay. It's not necessary. We can go on. We have the slides, the PowerPoint. Sure. Okay, good afternoon. Sorry that it didn't work out the way we had hoped it would. My name is Pat Ziemer. My company is MagnaWave and Aura Wellness. And what I want to say is when you talk, Mike Tracy talked and when Omar was talking and a lot of the different people that you've heard here today, their tips for how to build your business or what you want to do it. Listen to them and practice those situations, because what I'm going to share with you is I did that. I will tell you how I started my business, where my business has gone, and what our goals are for the future. And I did it for those exact same reasons that they're talking with you today. I have written chapters in several different books. I am doing one right now with Brian Tracy, Success in Any Economy. We have a business that has grown tremendously, and we went through 2008 and 2009. We went through the COVID situation, and we've grown 17% year over year in any of these economies since 2002 when I began. So what do I want to accomplish today? I got my Palm Pilot here, and I've got a whole bunch of notes. I'm so dyslexic, I can read just fine, but I can't read because when I read for 15 or 20 minutes, I'm done. I'm sleeping. So I'm an audio person. I'm a visual person. So reading has been a very difficult situation for me over the years. But I want to share a couple of things with you. Yogi Berra used to say, be careful if you don't know where you're going because you may not get there. And that's amazing. You got to know, you got to plan to see where you're going to go. In 2001, I operated an aircraft maintenance facility and I sold jet aircraft around the world. 2001 put me out of business. One of my primary customers was UPS. I took care of 120 overflow aircraft a day. After 9/11, there were 4 a day. And we didn't fly for 45 days. So I had a very thriving business at Louisville International Airport that was broke. I lost $2 million in 60 days. We just went to pieces after that. So what happens? A friend of mine that I had known sells equine PEMF veterinary equipment in Canada. He says, hey Pat, will you come help me sell at Churchill Downs? I said, sure, I'd love to do that. I got to do something. I've got nothing going on and I'm not making any money. So I picked up his equipment. He said, now don't do this. Go to Lexington, go to some of the horse shows, learn the business, and then go to Churchill Downs. I went straight to Churchill Downs. I got out there and I walked around. I met a trainer, a couple of trainers actually, and I said, this is what I'm going to do. And they said, fine, come here every day, follow us around. We'll tell you who to talk to, when to talk to them, what to talk to them about, and when to leave. And I did that. Within a month, things were beginning to change. We were beginning to make some money again and go on about our business. But that's how we got started. 9/11 put us out of business. The veterinary trade put us back into business. So I mean, it's an interesting story, but I did what these folks are coaching you about today. I don't have a program to sell. My goal here today, we do have devices that are gaining FDA clearance for human use. My goal here today is find 4 or 5 doctors around the country. We got a lot of doctors that we work with already, but we want people to address what we're doing with the FDA cleared products to be able to move down that road. When I started with PEMF, which was in 2002, I was selling for this other gentleman. In 2007, I found the device that we have today. We repackaged it, we renamed it, we branded it, we took it to market. I was a distributor for someone. In 2014, we began manufacturing our own devices. Today, we have a factory in Louisville, Kentucky. Every device that we make is built there and shipped all over the world. It's interesting to think about it from that position. When I started, as Omar was talking about a few minutes ago, my goal, number one, my goal was to treat horses with our therapy and to make $100,000 a year. That's all I wanted to do. I need to get back to making some money. And we were doing that by treating horses. But along the way, people started saying, you're leaving St. Louis, I want to buy one of your devices and keep it in St. Louis, and you can go on to wherever you want to go, Oklahoma or wherever you're going next. So at that point, we wanted to sell, they were $20,000. We wanted to sell 1 machine a month. We could make a living selling 1 machine a month. Several years later, my daughter joined us, and we wanted to sell 4 machines a month. If we could sell 4 machines a month, we could make $1 million a year. Today, this started in 2007 when we repackaged the machine. Today, we're selling 200 to 250 machines a month. That's veterinary. Thank you. Thank you very much. So along the way, I've got all these notes, but I'm just going. So we need to go to the next slide. I got a story for you, if I can tell you some stories. I want to tell you a story that Mike made me think of. My family owned funeral homes. So I grew up around the funeral business. So then it was natural. You got to go to mortuary school, need to know how to do this and be in the family business. My father died, so my brother and I had to stay into the business. So I went to mortuary school. So I'm in Indianapolis at mortuary school, and I want to make a little extra money. So I decide I'm going to sell Fuller brushes, direct sales. So I sign up for Fuller Brush, get ready to go. My wife gets in the car. She takes me down to the corner, 4 or 5 blocks from our apartment, drops me off. I'm going to go door to door selling Fuller Brush. I stood there for 3 hours on the corner, just looking around, thinking, surely God, somebody's going to come buy a Fuller Brush from me. She came back to pick me up. I hadn't moved. She said, what'd you do? I said, I didn't do anything. I was scared to death. I couldn't do it. So, jump ahead a little bit. When I start selling veterinary equipment, one day I'm in Ocala, Florida, walking from barn to barn. And it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Hell, you're doing door-to-door sales. You're doing direct sales. And you're doing fine. But it just needed that motivation. I had to make some money. I had to do something. to for sure to do it. So what Michael was talking about is so true. Do those deals. I once had a deal, and I asked Mike if he knew Ed Rush. They're from San Diego, and I got involved in all of this business by going to some marketing seminars and situations in in San Diego. And one year, I guess it was 2011 or 2012, I met Brian in 2011, and I'm there, and the guy gets up on stage just like they did and said, "I'm going to coach you and how to help your business." $10,000. I bought it. And I went, and he gave me a sheet to fill out and ask questions, and I'm going to help you. And then I flew back out to San Diego, and I met with Ed Rush. We met for the afternoon. He answered all the questions. He showed me where I was wasting time. He showed me where I was being beneficial in my time use. God, I felt so good, and I was so excited. And I went home. Debbie was with me, my wife. I went home to the hotel. I got in there and I said, "Ed said this, Ed said that, Ed said all of this kind of stuff." And she said, "Hell, I've been telling you that for 10 years. And I just spent $10,000. But I didn't listen to her. I listened to Ed Rush. So take the advice, listen to somebody on the outside. They can coach you, they could show you what needs to be done to help your business be more viable and successful. So here's a picture. This is Kentucky Derby 3 or 4 weeks ago. A couple of things here. 18 horses in that race, 15 of them we treated. The first 3 horses in that race that day, pretty good odds, were our horses that we had treated and been working on for years. Okay, now that week, they'd had a lot of deaths and a lot of things going on with the horses. It's not exorbitant beyond what's normal, but there were some situations and a lot of questions were asked. You see on the silks there at Jeff Ruby's Steakhouse. I know Jeff Ruby. He does all the pants. Both jockeys have Jeff Ruby's on his pants. We would buy ads for MagnaWave on the jockey silks. That week, they decided no therapy devices or therapy medications or anything who are promoting to their customers can do that. So, okay, we're not going to spend that money, although we had already spent some of it, but that's what happened. We couldn't advertise that day. However, if you're looking, this horse, Madge, that won the Kentucky Derby, has a MagnaWave Breathe Right strip on its nose. Because they didn't tell you couldn't do what you normally do. So Madge's trainer used our Breathe Right strips, put it on the horse's nose. They win the Derby. That photograph, I had a survey done. We picked up almost $700,000 in advertising value because of that nose strip on that horse. Perfectly legal. No problems. We didn't spend a dime. We didn't break any rules, but we were excited as hell. And so that's where that particular story went. But it's kind of interesting when you see those happen. Along the way, when Omar was talking about people learning to like no, you understand, hearing no. What I would get when we'd go call on various veterinarians or various barns or whatever the situation was, the first question out of the mouth, is it FDA cleared? No. In the 1800s, the AMA took chiropractic, acupuncture, massage, electromedicine out of mainline medicine in the United States, which meant we're electromedicine. We have to totally rebuild our credibility and use in the United States, not outside of the United States. PEMF, MagnaWave type of therapy outside of the United States is mainline medicine. Here, it's not at this point. We're certainly working on that with the clearances that we're trying to achieve and things that we want to accomplish. So my goal became, I want to work with universities. I want to get in the veterinary science classes at various universities. These are 3 that we are currently working with. We are in other universities actively doing studies in their veterinary departments, actually monitoring what the devices are used for and how they are used with these types of partnerships. As an example, our therapy that we have is in cancer clinics for tumor reduction all over the world, not one in the United States. So there's a lot of things that happen outside that is not yet happening here because of the way things were handled historically or whatever happened over the years. So in 2019, we decided we're going to go correct. We're going to safety test every device. We're going to meet every manufacturing requirement of the FDA. We're going to do everything that they want us to do, or they want anybody to do, for that credibility. We want credibility. We want authority in our particular industry. So at the direction of the FDA, we created a new company, or a new name, Aura, for the human side of our devices, which, as I wrote on my Palm Pilot, which is why I'm here. What I want to do today is to get some people on the human side more with us. We have a lot of chiropractors that are with us around the country because these devices have been used off-label in chiropractic offices, massage offices, and all these. If that's legal, a doctor can do anything they want to do with any device as long as they're doing it in their office at their direction. So they don't have to necessarily have FDA approval to do that. But if we want to sell it, if we want to make a claim as to what it will do, we need FDA clearance. So to that end, let me get a little drink of water here. To that end, there are things that on our particular websites we can't say because we can't make claims if we're going to be cleared by the FDA. If we have a device, if you visit my booth over there outside, where Lori is, we have devices for investigative purposes only. That means they're in the clearance process with the FDA. I can't put them on my website, I can't sell them, I can't do anything. However, we can do investigative studies. We can do investigative situations. So my name is Pat Ziemer, Z-I-E-M-E-R. If you go to patziemer.com, you'll see a bunch of studies and what doctors have said and articles that have been written that we cannot yet utilize because we'd be making claims. We're not trying to make claims, they're just there. So I can talk about them personally, but I can't publicize it to the public. So if you'd like to see that, go there and check that out. Okay, here is one that I kind of wanted to talk about. Last week, two things. 3 years ago, we hooked up with the Bard Cancer Clinic in New York to begin. I went there to have my prostate checked. 10 years ago, all of my brothers and my family have had prostate surgery, prostate removal, and prostate cancer. I was 64 years old, I'm 74 today. 64 years old, I go to my doc, he says, I don't like what I'm feeling, I don't like what I'm seeing, I don't like the CAT scan, I don't like the MRI, we're gonna do biopsies, it's your turn in your family. Now, I have this equipment, and I didn't really need to use it because I had no issues. So when he told me that, I went home and I started using the device that we have out here in the hallway every day, twice a day, for 20 minutes. In 8 weeks, when they did the biopsy, it was dead. 10 years, this year, clean. This picture talks about endometriosis. A woman from China was in Dr. Bard's office 2 weeks ago, and she had a 13% vascular pedicle to cyst in her endometriosis. After one 30-minute treatment, that 13% was down to 0.1%. Incredible. Endometriosis is a horrible problem that a lot of women experience. Very painful. My wife had it, my daughter had it. My wife had surgery to have it removed, had as best as could be done, but that's what goes on. This is after one 20-minute treatment. I'm not saying it's a miracle. Might have been the right time, the right place, what happened. So what we're doing is we're starting a study in New York dealing with endometriosis. We're doing another one on female incontinence. We're doing one with the retired NFL players and, interestingly enough, first responders in the New York region. I've learned that first responders, once they get 50, 55 years old, and they need to get their life insurance, or they need to requalify to be a first responder, if they have an enlarged prostate, they don't get hired, they don't get rehired, they don't get a new contract because they don't want to have that liability. We've had tremendous success over the years helping people with prostate inflammation. And so we're doing a study on prostate there. One of my practitioners in Wisconsin, a horsewoman, is a doctor. And she treats people, women with breast cancer. And there was she learned that once they have estrogen-based radical mastectomies, that they have to get rid and take them off of the estrogen. So they do that. What's the side effect? Basically rheumatoid arthritis. Very painful, a lot of swelling, a lot of inflammation, moves all over the body all the time. On a lark, she brought her veterinary device to her office and began treating her patients who were taking aromatase inhibitors that caused this horrible problem. And what was happening is the women would go off of the medication because they'd rather be out of pain and risk the cancer coming back than to stay on the medication and be in pain. And so they found that she could simply treat them very casually with a mat on the back just to help the blood flow throughout the body, and they were staying on their medication. With that, I got a call from the Mayo Clinic. We would like to do a study, we would like to do a pilot study to see how your devices or your type of devices can aid in pain reduction and to keep these people on these medications after radical mastectomies. That study is ready to begin. So we're pretty excited about that, and those are the things that are going on with us in that area. Again, we are committed. We made the commitment. Omar was talking about money. We made the commitment. Let me just give you a little story about that. When we started our business, my wife and I sold our house, got into an RV, traveled the United States for 5 years full time, going to every horse show, chiropractic show, horse race, anything we could go to show how our equipment could be beneficial to these animals. And that's what we did. Well, I kind of fell in love with RVs. So today we have a nice RV. It's a bus, and we travel a lot, and we winter in Florida through the winter. But the one I want the Mac Daddy, don't we all? You want to be successful and you want the best thing you can get your hands on. The one I want is $3.5 million. So I have called my FDA project my Newell project, because since 2019, 4.5 years ago, into the FDA, I'm $4.5 million cash in the game. Not fun, but it's working, and we're growing. And we're looking for that end game going down the road to do that. So when that happens, I might get my Newell. We'll see. But at any rate, that's just kind of where the things are there. So here are some of the folks that have utilized our equipment in the athletic world. You see, athletes will use anything they can get to help them recover. And I don't know if you can see this, but we got the Baltimore Ravens, Denver Broncos, Tennessee Titans, Atlanta Braves, Los Angeles Angels, Cincinnati Reds, Washington Nationals, Kansas City Royals, Arizona Diamondbacks, and it goes on. Colleges and universities. It's interesting, we got University of Kentucky. I'm not a UK fan, I'm a U of L fan. The hardest locker room I can get in is U of L. But we're at UK, so that's okay. Tennessee Tech, Auburn, Cornell, Hart Perry University, Lamar Community College, and various athletes, Art Still from the Kansas City Chiefs, Vijay Singh, Greg Stadler, Woody Blackburn, Rosie Napravnik, the most winning female jockey ever, Rosie Napravnik, utilizes our stuff. Michelle Betos, Alex Wong, and Richard Childress from NASCAR fame. So that's just some folks that we've been working with. We want to keep working with them. We want to do more. So I come here, and one of the things that I've learned over the years Sure, our equipment's good. It works fine. It really does. The only reason I'm standing here, the only reason I've been able to spend this money with the FDA is because it works. When I started treating animals with this equipment, I could treat a horse for 20 minutes. The rider or the jockey would get on that horse and come back and say, my God, it changed leads for me. It could jump easier. The stride was smoother. It just worked. 20-minute upper body treatment. It works. They wanted me to treat horses every day. We learned you don't have to treat them every day. Treat them once, twice a week. They're fine. Some of them once a month. Doesn't make any difference as long as, you know, how you deal with that particular animal. But what I did learn is that sometimes if we would do MagnaWave along with laser, or MagnaWave along with a breathing strip, or MagnaWave along with another piece of equipment or another something else that they might be using, you would get even better results. So we started what I call stacking. So now we've established, we have a clinic in Louisville. We're getting ready to franchise. If anybody has any interest, we're getting ready to franchise. But what we've done, if you go online and you look for franchises for health and wellness, you'll find a bunch of them, and they're offering 3 or 4 services because they want to do massage and laser, or they want to do facials and this. My tact has been to stack. So you can come into our place and do cryotherapy, float therapy, ice plunge, sauna, red light therapy, vibration therapy, just the thing goes on. I come here and I see the vendors that are out there and I think, that would be a good stack. That would work with us well over here. We can add these things together. And the clinic's been open for a year and a half and it's doing fantastic because we will counsel the people when they come in. You might want to use the Avicen machine, if you're familiar with the Avicen machine, to help the viscosity of your blood with heat on your palm, matched up with the MagnaWave, or matched up with a laser, or matched up with other things. What I wanted was a clinic where I could provide PEMF therapy. We opened the clinic offering all of these therapies. What's the most popular therapy that people come back for when they hurt their back, or when they're getting ready to play golf, or they're going to be doing something? We have more people returning to our clinic every day for PEMF. They'll stack the other stuff, which is great because it works better. So that's just another little page in this. I haven't looked at my notes one time, so I don't know if I've said what I'm supposed to say or not what I'm supposed to say. But it's interesting. It's been rewarding. Here's a picture of the stacking. That's our chief of maintenance. He's wearing the Brain Tap. You might be familiar with Brain Tap. Dr. Patrick Porter. He's doing Brain Tap. He's on a vibration bed that we manufacture with PEMF in it. He's got Normatec compression leg wraps on, getting all 3 or 4 of those modalities at one time. And the results, as I've said, tend to be remarkable, and people love it, and they continue to return. So that's it. My little bit of motivation, kind of borrowing on Mike, and please believe me, there are people here making offers to you to give you coaching. I don't sell offers to be a coach, but I have learned from those people it works. And if you have any doubt about what you want to do, hook up with somebody. Let them coach you. They may tell you what you know or what you've heard, but you'll listen to them. And that is so, so critical. I operate, just my little bit of motivation here, I go to CAMP, C-A-M-P. You've got to be committed. You got to be committed to what you want to do. A is attitude. You need a positive attitude. You need to share that attitude with your people, with your practitioners. I've got 4,000 practitioners around the country. As Omar was talking about side money, these people are all building businesses. I've got practitioners making $2 million a year treating horses. And so they're buying stuff from us, and they're helping us grow our particular business. So C, to be firm and committed to what you're doing. A, to have an attitude. M, motivation. Again, get hooked up with somebody, read the books. I had to listen. Can't read because I fall asleep, but listen to it. Get motivated of what's going on. And the last one is in what I'm using in my book with Brian Tracy is pivot. If you want to be successful, you got to be able to change today. You got to be able to move tomorrow into a different realm and a different world. You might screw up, but you just pivot again. And if I can say anything, my daughter, my wife, my son, and myself, we have become masters at pivoting. If something comes up and it's not right, we're over here. That works fine for me because I like shiny objects. Somebody tells me, oh God, I'm going over here, I'll get this one. But it's worked. And so join me in camp, and we'll all be successful. We'll all have a good time. And like I said, I'm looking for a few docs out there that want to help me launch the human line and make things go well. So to that end, one of the books I wrote with Jack Canfield, Pillars of Success, I have 5 of them out here. 5 of you want to come over and try my machines, I'll sign a book and give it to you. And away we go. If more than that wants to happen, I'll go home, sign some more, and send them to you. But at any rate, Eric, I'll be there tomorrow if you want to come to Eric's clinic. Lori and I'll be there to experience this equipment and understand what it can do for you, for your practice. Our model, I'm almost done, Eric, I'm sorry. Our model with where we're wanting to go is we have very powerful devices that somebody can go and get a treatment and feel better instantaneously and then take a unit home with them for them to use for the next 2 weeks. That's what we want to do. Which creates additional revenue streams for the docs, for the practices. And revenue streams are good. So at any rate, thank you very much. Eric, thank you for allowing me to be here. Have a great day.
Amazing presentation, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Barcelona. Libya. Yeah.
You want to turn this on for me?
No, this is another one. This is for me.
Oh, this is for you.
All right. Let's give it up again for Mr. Pat Ziemer. Awesome. His booth is right outside. He'll be here. They'll be tomorrow at our office doing treatments. Right now, I want to bring up one of our next speakers. This young lady has traveled away from Maui to be with us. She, left her life working in Silicon Valley as an executive, and now does retreats and coaches people at the highest level to reach their objectives, their goals, their personal and
Can you
professional.
turn this on?
What they
No, it's
want
not.
to achieve in their life. Debbie is Debbie. We met not too long ago. She had spoken at a New Life Expo. You get over that a little bit. And anyway, so I share this with you because we've developed an amazing relationship working with Livia, and she came here today to share with you some amazing content and ideas to help elevate you to the next level. I will let you all know, for those who want to go to Maui, we're going to be in Maui this summer doing a week-long retreat. So, and she'll tell you more about that. So let's put our hands together. Let's bring Livia Devi to the stage. Come on up.
Can I have
Do you
the
have a video
clicker?
plan first?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here with you today. Do you hear me? Not yet. Yeah? It's all now? Let's do a test. Can you hear me now? No? All right. Yeah.
Put this one on you. Let me put this one on you.
Okay.
Let me take this one off you real quick.
And
Come on,
this.
y'all, give it up, give it up. Yeah! Yeah!
Can I put it there?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Okay. You can put it in your ear. You want to wrap it around your head first. Wrap it around your head first so this is in the back.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Just gonna cut it on in.
Okay. All right. I hope you can hear me now. I think I prefer to keep this like this. Wow, I'm so delighted to be here, traveling from Maui, Hawaii, just to be with you and share my frequency and energy, expertise, experience and knowledge in this space. And yeah, there is a sense of renewal. I was so deeply touched by all the speeches this morning, like all the wonderful speakers and innovation and technology, wealth and self-development and all these beautiful components that all the speakers are bringing in this space. And I love speaking about this because these are elements that are included in my teachings as well. And today, I would like to take you through a journey in connecting you to wealth consciousness and what that is, how to build a different type of business that you have actually heard about or received through trainings and books and different ways of receiving. But before I start, I would like to ask you, do you believe you can have it all? Do you believe you can have health and wealth and a very deep, nourished personal life? How many of you here have this belief? Give me a yes if you believe you can have it all. Yes, yes, okay. Well, you, my friends, are lucky because there are millions of people on this planet that they don't have this belief. Actually, there are many people on this planet that they trade time for money, that they are neglecting their health. They are sacrificing their health, actually, in creating, empires of wealth, in expanding their businesses, in managing their investments and scaling. There are many people on this planet that are so busy in creating wealth that they don't have time for their families and kids. They are working long hours, and at the end of the week, when they go home, they don't have time for their children. They are so drained, and they are, exhausted that they only want to be with themselves. So how can we have it all, right? I was one of these people, by the way. I was one of these people. I didn't have the belief that I can have it all. I always felt that I need to sacrifice. And in the third dimensional paradigm, when you build a business, everyone is saying you have to work hard, you have to grind, you have to hustle, you have to sacrifice. You have to compromise your health. And one day, what's happening? You are just going to have a heart attack when you are sailing your beautiful couple of $1 million boat. You are going to die with a smile on your face. Did that person have it all? No. No. Well, I didn't have it either, actually. Because many years ago, I was on the other extreme. Many, many years ago, I was in poverty and scarcity and lack consciousness and separation consciousness. I was born in Romania under communism. And we didn't have resources. We didn't have water, we didn't have electricity, we didn't have food. We were a family of 4 and our food was rationalized. We had only 2 hours of electricity per day in the evening from 7 to 9 and 1 day per week of water. Personal property and wealth was confiscated. Personal freedom was banned. I was 7 years old when the civil war happened in Romania. And guess what? You are all doctors, experts, very educated people, and you know that a person's subconscious mind is programmed until 7 years old. Until 7 years old, you are completely programmed with limiting beliefs and conditioning layers and how you are going to live your life. After 7 years old, whatever you live is a projection of your subconscious mind. And guess what? I was programmed. That was it. 92% of the people that had been born in the same conditions as me, they are still in that small town and they are still super in scarcity and lack. They have families and they are struggling. Why? Because this is the programming. And maybe you ask yourself, how did I make it? Am I special? No, I'm not special. I'm actually as you are all. I don't have a specific gift, but there is a story of how I move it forward. And there was, from the very young age, you know, there was a burning desire inside my heart and soul. There was something inside my soul. It's like, you know what? This is not how it's going to be. This is not what I'm going to accept. There is something more to life than this, and I don't know what that is. When I was 18 years old, my father died of cancer, and I became the caretaker of my family, of my mother and sister. But what happened at 18 years old was interesting, because in the same year, I was admitted to a very special university for the son and daughters of the politicians in Romania. Because what happened is that after 11 years of transitioning from communism to democracy, the president realized that they don't have qualified leaders to lead the country in the parliament and government. And guess what? I was admitted at university, a very exclusive one, 25 per people only. And what I did is that I learned everything about systems, political, economical, social system, how society works, ideologies, everything, everything. I graduated magna cum laude, A+, and I got a master's degree in law. And guess what? The Prime Minister of Romania hired me in his team to be part of his team and create electoral campaigns because I was so good at it. And you know what? I was there, and I was thinking, wow, maybe I made it, you know, because if I have to change something, I have to go from top to bottom, not from bottom to top. So I tried all the ways. And while I was working for the government in Romania, there was something inside of me, that deep burning and desire. You know what? There is something more than this. I learned everything about decision-making and leadership. I learned about how it is to be into public governmental structures. And I'm a passionate human being. I teach quantum leadership right now. I teach what decision-making is right now. I'm guiding business owners on how to get there and how to create incredible life and businesses for themselves. And what I did is that I resigned from my function in the government. And I said, you know what, there is something more. And I looked around me, it's like, okay, where is the decision-making? Where is the wealth staying? And guess what? I looked, and what I saw, corporate. Let's go to corporate world. I started to build an entire new career in the corporate world. And I worked for many, many years, 15 years in the corporate world, until I ended up in corporate America, where I worked in Silicon Valley. And guess what? I was successful. I was very successful. I went up the ladder very fast. I was making a lot of money. I was managing teams. I had it all in the third dimension: power, money, fame, public validation, everything. So someone that, started where I started and ended where I ended could have been comfortable in that position, right? It's like, oh, okay, you have it all. So what's next? Well, in 2016, I found the answer to my question. It was this deep desire inside of me. You know what I seen in the corporate America, how we were working so hard to make money and abundance that we were not getting anywhere, how, there was the zero-sum game, I win, you lose, the competition, the pressure. And I said, there is something more than that. People are not becoming wealthy by just hustling and greeding and trying to make it up the ladders more and more. So in 2016, I found my answer after 3 decades. And I want to ask you, in one word, what do you think I found in 2016 that changed my life completely? Give me one word. Be creative a little bit. Enlightenment, myself. Give me more. Energy. What do you think I found? Passion, freedom. That little guy knows. Well, I found something interesting. 5th dimensional consciousness. What is that? What is 5th dimensional consciousness? Sounds fancy. Well, what I realized in 2016, I had a burnout after working myself so hard. My health was compromised, my mental health was compromised, my emotional body was compromised. I was compromised, 100%. And then I realized that all my life I was looking outside of me. All my life I was trying to change the external conditions outside of me. All my life I was trying to create things outside of me, and I didn't understand why things are taking so long and why it's so hard. And guess what? I found my answer. I went inside, in my inner worlds, in my heart, in my inner realms. And this is where everything changed. When I started to connect with my subconscious mind, I realized that I'm so programmed that I have to deactivate and neutralize and disinstall all the programs that I have had all my life. And this is what I did. I started deprogramming myself. I went to go deep into the layers of my subconscious mind, and I realized, oh my God, this is working, actually. So deprogramming, by deprogramming, I saw how everything in my outside reality started changing. I started with scarcity codes and slave codes and war consciousness codes. I went and I deprogrammed everything around this. And once I did that, everything started realigning in my reality. If people start coming to me, an abundance of flow and serendipities and synchronicities and alignments, opportunities came into my world, into my life. And I realized, okay, this is working, something is working. And it was not law of attraction, was not another manifestation tool, was quantum physics. I went deep and I started to analyze the consciousness and how the subconscious bridge with consciousness mind and how it's creating the holographic projection of reality. What is it within the dimensions of human consciousness? I started to learn everything about, I'm just passionate about learning. I started to learn everything about quantum physics, quantum mechanics, how everything works, how this bridge with science, technology, innovation. And guess what? I started to develop more and more access. Not knowledge, access to my subconscious mind. And it was an incredible journey, because by doing that, I have changed my life. And then I said, oh my God, if I have changed my life, I want to share this with others. I want to take other people through this journey. There are millions of people on this planet that need this. So I was in corporate America, and suddenly, I connect to 5D consciousness. So I felt, at some point, I felt like, wow, this is amazing. but how am I going to bring this to the world? Do I have the courage to actually speak about it? It's such a new, innovative thing. Do I have the courage to go up on the stage and speak about fifth dimension, about dimensions of existence, about subconscious mind, about conscious mind? Who is going to actually understand? But you know what? I started this journey and I was committed to it. I said, I have to do it. If I change my life, maybe human race is not actually, ready for it, but we are not ready for anything in life, right? I was not ready for anything in life, so I said, okay, maybe I have to be the one to bring this knowledge to the world, in my own worlds, through my own experience. So this is what I did. And I want to explain you more about what this 5D consciousness is. And I would like to actually ask you, because I want to bring it a little bit down in practical words for you to understand this, because you might relate or not relate, all right? So what is money for you? What is money? Movement. Tool. Energy. What is money? Is money power? Say it again. Resources. Well, money, like water, water, you find the water in three, as gas, as fluid, and as solid, has different dimensions. So money, the third dimension, is the currency, the paper, what you are using. In the fourth dimension is vibration, and in the fifth is frequency. And what does that mean? What are these dimensions? Well, the third dimension, my friends, is the space in physical reality that you are able to perceive through your 7 senses. It's the space that you are connected and you are able to see everything as being linear. It's the past, present, and future. The third dimension is the belief that only one reality exists, and that's it, that you are born and you die, and that's the end of the story. When you start to connect deeper with different layers of your subconscious mind and you start to explore that, you understand that there is a bridge between your subconscious and conscious through your pineal gland, through the crystal inside your pineal gland. And that bridge allows you to feel frequencies, to see, to understand that there are more than one reality. And the fifth dimension is when you start to have access to the quantum field. When you start to understand that you exist in physical and many other forms on this planet. And many of you might relate to this because we are in a space of conventional and holistic medicine. We are speaking about, Pat Zimmer was speaking about electromagnetic fields, okay, that he is using on the horses and humans to actually change the structure of molecular level. So the fifth dimensional consciousness is the space of quantum existence, where you can go deeper at the physical and non-physical level, where you work with physical body, energetic body, light bodies, and you use quantum technology. And this is advanced. This doesn't exist on this planet right now, but in the future will be many people speaking about this. There will be many people that will, all the devices that you see outside that people are selling, at one point in time, that was a download. Someone had idea of it. And this is what quantum field is the space of infinite ideas, where you go, download, and you create the device. And I work with people from New Zealand that are able to actually connect to the quantum field and download medical technology. And many other scientists. I want to work with business people and leaders and conscious creators and corporate world and medics and doctors and scientists. Depends what avenue they want to explore when they have access to the quantum field. So the quantum field is the place of multidimensionality. And how is this relating to money and wealth? Well, that's the interesting part, and many of people don't know, and maybe many people are speaking about the secret, and I think it's time to not have secrets anymore and to share this knowledge with many other people on this planet, because many of you might have access, you know, and you might be able actually to teach. Maybe you take your doctor practice to the next level and introduce some elements that are available to you. So the businesses in the fifth dimension are built at multi-dimensional level. So what does that mean? It means that you are able to create grids within the quantum field that allows your business to expand beyond time-space continuums and realities. And this allows your business to shift as you are shifting into parallel and alternate timelines, which actually your business is not depending anymore on the economical, social, and political circumstances as you move through time and space. The most wealthy and the elite of this planet, they know this. They know this information. How do you think that there is so much wealth built on this planet in a way that it's moving in the quantum field? And people like me that have access to this knowledge, to this information, to data, to technology, I'm teaching others how to do so, how to build businesses in the fifth dimension. There are many people that have business in the third dimension and that are set up through all the systems, and then they come and say, hey, I want to take my business to the next level in scaling and impact. How can I impact more people on this planet? Not as much how many products I have to sell or how many services I need to sell. How can I impact? And when these people are speaking about impact, they want to connect to serve a person at multidimensional level. It's not only selling a product as this is my product, take it and or leave it and goodbye. No, it's an impact that is happening at a soul level. It goes beyond one physical reality. And I want to share with you a testimonial, because testimonials actually speak more than I'm speaking here. I can tell you the entire story of the quantum field, but I feel like when you are connecting with people that they have experiences in physical reality, that becomes more relatable to each and one of you. And Magdalena is a lady that she worked with me. She's a tax advisor for European Commission. So she had an incredible function there, and one day she came to me and said, I want to create a business. I don't even know what that is going to look like, but I want to create a business that is in alignment with my soul values and virtues and my vision and my mission. And I said, yes, let's co-create, because I'm always meeting my clients halfway. So I would like, Sunny, if you can play this. I think has to go. So there is indeed an evolution of consciousness, and it's happening on this planet right now. It's like an unstoppable force that we are co-creating with. And you know, the journey that we are taking in connecting to the subconscious mind is not an easy journey. It takes courage and determination and commitment and devotion and perseverance and being present and never giving up. There are so many people that are giving up. It's so easy to live your life by default. It's so easy to go subconscious. It's so easy to sleep. It's not easy to be awakened, aware, conscious, devoted, committed, to be completely 100% present in your body, and to open up your knowledge to connecting with different aspects of your consciousness. And there are people that took the journey. There are people that said, you know what, I want to take the journey. I want to change my life. I don't want to stay in my comfort zone anymore. My comfort zone became a space so small that I can't fit in it. I outgrew my reality. I want to understand who my authentic real self is. Who am I? Why am I here on this planet right now? What am I here to do? How am I here to make an impact? How am I here to serve the world? How my vision is aligning with my actions? Or I'm just taking a corporate job just for the paycheck. And I'm going every day there from 9 to 5 just to earn some money and try to save something, whoever is able to save, and try to make it happen. You are never making it happen if you are not aligned with your soul, with your mission, with your vision, with your values, with your virtues. Where are your virtues? How we can compromise our lives like this? And you know, I am so committed and I'm so devoted to my mission. And my devotion changed people's lives because I'm inspiring them to do the same. And it's a walk, like it's a path that I walk with so much dedication. And You know, I'm seeing people changing their lives. Their relationships are improving. They are generating wealth. They are scaling their businesses. They are creating within their businesses incredible systems. They are upgrading their 3D system of sales, marketing, CRMs, everything that they have, they take it to the next level. Because what I'm teaching within Wealth Consciousness and creating a fifth dimensional business level is how to market and connect quantumly with your sales system, with your marketing. There are quantum sales, quantum marketing system. You go into the quantum field and connect to your avatar client before coming in your office and knocking at the door, hello, I want to work with you. But if you don't know how to access the quantum field, and many people don't, they don't have this access. They don't know how to scale. They don't know how to bring it in. They don't know how to connect with their avatar client. It's so important to have the client that is aligned with your vision and your mission to come to your door and connect to you. It's incredible. The co-creation is incredible because you are serving him or her not only in that moment in time, not only in one reality, but in multiple realities. You are serving that person at the soul level. And this is what you are here for. Each and one of you are here for that. And you might think, oh, but who am I to impact someone at the soul level? What idea do I have? How my business can do that? And each and one of you can do that. You are here for this purpose. You just have to find that inside of you. What is your vision? What is your mission? And our mission here is not to accumulate assets, make investments, and it's good to have wealth. I teach how to do that. I teach how to invest, how to go into the stock shares, how to buy assets, how to create passive income, how to create the business systems that work in all dimensions, not only on the third dimension. How work and serve you and others. How work and impact the world. How work and make a difference. Because I feel everyone wants to make a difference at different levels, right? So when it comes to wealth consciousness, aspects and dimensions of wealth consciousness is fifth dimensional money frequency. I'm teaching people what is money, how to go into the quantum field and connect to this consciousness, how to bring it into different dimensions, how to co-create with money frequency, because money frequency wants to co-create with you at different levels. People don't know that. People are just putting money in the bank and keeping the money prisoner there. And they are just trying to save and save and save and save. They are blocking their entire energetic field and how energy flows. There is an entire holistic structures about money and wealth. I'm teaching people how to build a fifth dimensional business. You know, the lady that you just saw, she just left European Commission and said, I want to create a business. And now she created a business with hundreds and thousands of people in Poland. She's an influencer. And she's doing even greater financially than before. And she has the freedom to teach you what she is receiving from her heart and soul. Everything is about alignment and global impact, because why we are creating these fifth dimensional businesses is to create generational wealth, to let a legacy on this planet. You are not just building a business for yourself and your family, you are building a business for creating an impact to your clients, to their families, to communities of people, to societies. You have a global impact. So you're not just impacting your immediate community, your niche of clients, and your country. I work with people that they are creating retreat centers and they are building sanctuaries of healing and ascension where they incorporate medical technology with innovative solutions, sustainability, regenerative solutions. They are looking at all aspects, how they can actually impact the world globally, how they can let a legacy that can be there forever, and how we are impacting the evolution of human consciousness, because the highest of the highest impact is the evolution. How are we evolving? What is the legacy that we left behind us that will propulsate towards more evolution? This is what we want, to evolve as a species. We don't want to stay in the same place. And this is what's happening now in the third dimension. In the career, like people are going for the money, for the biggest paycheck. They're They're not taking a job because it's soul aligned with them. I didn't do that when I was working in corporation. That's the truth. You know, instead of return on investment, let's look on return on purpose. And you know, there are many corporations right now that are looking at return on purpose. And many audit companies that actually are going to corporate world say, hey guys, it's kind of time to look at things in a different way. It's good to have material possessions, but not only that, you know, our success is now measured by impact and transformation. And Omar Peperiu said that. You're not here to make money, you are here to, you know, enjoy money as a byproduct of your service. And we are creating a business not only for shareholders and private owners, but service to others. This is the new financial paradigm. If we want to step into that, you know, everyone has a choice. Everything is available, a choice away, a decision away. You have free will on this planet, each and one of you. You are free to do what you like, what you love. But yet there are options. You know, there are people on this planet that think they don't have any options, and that's it. That's it. But you have options. Within the quantum architecture, because I have developed this system of fifth-dimensional architecture, energetic model, I teach people how to build a business and integrate their third-dimensional system into quantum system, how to work with grids, with templates, at a multidimensional level. What is the abundance codex? Many people, you know what's interesting on the third dimension, there are so many people on this planet taking business trainings. And they are trying hard and working, and something is working, sometimes it's not working. They have or not have results. And you know, they are going from a mentor to another mentor, and let me learn your business strategy, and let me learn your business formula, and let me learn your secret. And the secret is that you can't apply templates that are not working for you, because the reason they are not working is because they are not designed and not aligned with your soul frequency. You know, many people don't know that, and they're spending thousands and thousands and thousands and millions of US dollars. And then they're going, oh, well, I invested 1 million, why did I not get 5? Well, because it's not in alignment with who you are. You can't just copy and paste, copy and paste. I think it's time, you know, as society to move from this copy and paste culture into authenticity. What is truly working for me will not work for you. And this is why the fifth dimensional quantum system works, because you go there, and I'm not telling you who you are. You go and download your entire codex, and you find yourself who you are. Your entire frequency. You download everything, and you understand who you are as a physical, your electromagnetic field, how your heart works, what are the waves within the quantum field, how that interacts with you, how reality interacts with you, everything. And I feel that this is incredible, because this is the way that we're moving forward. I want to play this last testimonial from my client, that he came to work with me to expand his business. Just for you to understand a little bit more how the quantum field works. Sonny?
can't explain a lot of stuff to a blind person. And so therefore you can't explain the level of help that I'm experiencing or I find experiencing to somebody who's just eating coffee and sleeping well. There's a whole other level of help that these protocols are able to offer somebody. Which kind of led me to reach out to Lydia earlier this year. You know, I'm in a position where I was getting a lot of information around, you know, half of myself and sort of realised that I need to kind of bring this deeper level of consciousness to this business to really see what's the people that I feel to serve. And so we started working together and things changed very, very quickly. I had an investor show up out of nowhere, they wanted to looking to raise money. We went from 1 million to 3, now we're about 5. And I guess more than that, I've got a crystal clear vision of what purpose this business has. And it's really crazy that the right people, the right resources, are turning up almost before everything. And so I guess I've never experienced that level of flowing. You know, I've worked a lot with coaches, consultants, and mentors in the past, and I think that's the concentration. But really look at the work that Lydia does is extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. So I just want to give her a huge thank you for all the amazing work you've done, not just at the beginning, and huge benefit for our business and there for our clients as well. Thank you very much.
So, if you want to work with me, if you want to change your life, if you want to make the change, because nobody can do it for you, you have to get to a point where you choose. What do you choose? You choose to stay in the same place and continue struggling, or you choose to go forward? And it's a tough decision because people like to postpone. You know, people say, yeah, maybe I can do it next year, maybe I can do it in 2 years' time, maybe when I will be retired, I will make a change when I will have enough money and I will feel comfortable. Well, the choice is yours, and the choice is here and now, and the time is now. As many of you will start to shift into this fifth dimensional consciousness and build fifth dimensional businesses, you are making a global impact at a collective level. So what do you choose? Do you want to just be not seen and not heard, not, not valued, not knowing why you are here, just, hustling and bustling? This is what I've done as well. And if you want to make the change, I'm here. I'm organizing a retreat in Maui, Hawaii for 7 days of transformation. The investment is around 5 figures. But the question is like, how much money do you want to invest to make a change in your life? There are people that are investing millions for a journey of transformation like this. There are people that they don't afford to invest 5 figures. But the decision is here and the time is now. And you have a choice, and I would love to work with you. I would love to take you through this journey of transformation. And it's not an easy one. I'm not going to give you the magic pill. I'm not going to, make it easy. It's not a quick fix. You're not going to get rich tomorrow. You are going to put the work in and transform at the cellular level. And you let your consciousness rise and align, and I will guide you through this process. I'm Livia Devi, and I'm so excited that I'm so grateful and honored to be sharing this space with you today. I love these spaces where science meets innovation, technology, wealth, self-development. And it was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The other microphone just died on us.
No, it's okay. It's always happening. How was the sound?
Good, good.
Who's next?
What an incredible presentation about the people in Brazil. That was unbelievable. Thank you so much, Lydia, for bringing what it is that you have here to Thrive for. So original. We want to keep this energy going with Dr. A.J. Prashant. Dr. A.J. Prashant is here to speak to us today in a way that feels really new age, and we're so excited to have him take the stage here at Thrive Toward. Keep the energy going. Please put your hands together for Dr. A.J. Prashant.
Hello. Hello, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I think not working?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you record like this?
Yes. Hello? Hello? Hello, thank you. I wanted to take a moment and personally thank for the organizers of this meeting for inviting us. It's great to be here, and over the next few minutes I'm going to talk to you about the field of regenerative medicine, stem cells, exosomes. You've all been hearing about exosomes and stem cells, and this field is getting bigger and bigger and extremely huge. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. So my name is Dr. Farshian, and we have I'm the director of the Center for Regenerative Medicine. And just a brief history about stem cells. Stem cells history starts when everything ends. When World War II, when the bomb fell, a lot of people died that day, of course, but a lot more people died afterwards from radiation poisoning. Radiation poisoning was something brand new back then to the doctors, to the patients. So they started to look in everybody's bone marrow. Bone marrow is what's inside of the bone. And they noticed the bone marrow of everybody's dead, DED. Shut down. So they started to do research on stem cells, and they discovered, these are the two gentlemen, Canadian doctors, Dr. McClaw and Dr. Tal, who discovered the properties of stem cells over 60 years ago. This is the first guy who cloned a frog, Dr. Brown. And I was born that same year, which makes me exactly 40 years old, 41. But just to give you an example, when penicillin was discovered, it only took about 14 years before it got in the hand of, everybody, public, doctors. Well, why is stem cell taking so long? And it's not becoming available for everybody. Something to think about. In 1967, they did the first successful bone marrow transplantation, and afterwards, they discovered that the umbilical cord blood, amniotic fluid, they contain stem cells. And everybody remembers this, Dolly the sheep. That was the first clone. This is what gravitated me to the field of regenerative medicine, stem cells. This is what I was finishing my residency, and this is what I wanted to do suddenly. So I started up the Center for Regenerative Medicine in the year 2000. And we're down the road here in Miami, and thinking that I'd be able to cloning people very soon, but I realized that the regulations on stem cells are very tight, especially back then by the President Bush. And that was what made us fall behind in stem cell research. We're in the yellow with Africa and countries like China, India, Australia. They got ahead of us. I was the first person who did a stem cell transplant on a patient knee. This was his first bad actor. You could read about him. He's from academia, and he was from Korea, and he faked a lot of papers. And these are people who put a bad reputation about stem cells. And then in 2009, President Obama made it easier, the regulations, and everybody still was paranoid, confused, we started to treat patients with dementia in our clinic. And then this was really something that shook people up. When people went blind because of stem cell injections into the eyes. And that was a turning point for our clinic when we discovered the properties of regenerative medicine with eye drops. You don't have to inject patients. And that was a good time because the FDA started to tighten up and make it harder, so it's getting rid of some of these bad actors, and right now producing a very safe environment. We started up this American Academy of Stem Cell Physicians. I highly recommend for you guys to join. You don't have to be doctors. All right, it's open to the public. And then more controversy, and again, the controversies come from people who are greedy in the field, like any other field. There was a gentleman who was talking earlier, and I always go by this, what I learned from my first mentor, that, hey, if you go after the money, especially in healthcare, you will destroy everything. But if you do give a good service, the money will rain on you. And this is really with every field that you're in. Next slide, please. So this is what FDA wants. This is what is safe. FDA is in charge of safety of America, and they want a safe community for stem cells. This is a laboratory that produces stem cells. To your right, you have a centrifuge machine called CPAX, and in the center, of course, you have this, what they call ISO 7 laboratory, that it makes a very clean room, clean environment to produce stem cells. And to the left, there is those freezers that are connected to liquid nitrogen. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So yes, it's overwhelming right now because a lot of people, especially with COVID, so when Obama made it easier, a lot of bad actors got into the field. And FDA has been doing a great job cleaning the area. Doctors who lost their licenses, conmen from New York, people going online, buying on eBay, buying the centrifuge, and with no medical background, getting in the field. So one thing they're in charge of it is safety of it, and I think they're doing an excellent job right now. They want physicians, scientists to go in there and talk to them about their fields, and that's something we had to do. Next slide, please. So the recommendations that would ensure safety is, if you're looking to get into the regenerative medicine stem cells, always talk to the chief science officer. He'll be able to explain the products to you. Make sure these products are not cultured, because once they're cultured, they can mutate and produce problems. The sources are very important, that there's no adverse effects, there's no problems with them. How do they sterilize the product? How do they ship it? Those are all the key factors that you want to make sure. You want to make sure these people are, scientists. They are not anybody out there who is a bad actor who's out to rob you. That's American Academy of Stem Cell Physicians. That, as I mentioned to you, we're open to physicians, and we do have a board certification process. I'll talk to you about it in a second. Next slide, please. Now, why is it so important for us is because stem cells is just too good not to be shared. And as long as your state allows you to practice that, so we might as well teach a level of excellence Yes? Oh, did I hit a button? Hello? Yeah. Great. I'm loud enough. I really don't need this. Next slide, please. We go next slide. So what am I doing? I mean, what stage of process our center is? We basically went through all these situations. You know, every step you take costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. You go through pre-IND meeting, you got to do animal studies, then IND submission, INDs, and then once you receive it, you get clinical trials, and that's where we are. We are in clinical trials on phase 1. Next slide, please. I want to talk to you a little bit about ganglions, all right? Everybody has that. Basically, a ganglion is a collection of neurons or nerve cells. And it's like synapses between stations of neurons. The information enters the ganglion, excites the neuron, and then exits. You have about 33 ganglions in your body. We'll talk about the ciliary ganglion, which on the very top supplies the eye very briefly. That's the ganglion. Next slide. The information gets in there, excites the neuron, and gets out. That's a ciliary ganglion. Notice it's wrapped around itself like a spider, and it has many connections. Next slide. This is a picture of not a ganglion, but this picture is a picture of a drone taking a picture of a highway system in China. Notice information is a comparison, so you can see that what is a ganglion? You put information in one side and exits the other. So in other words, if you inject a ganglion, you don't have to inject the eye. Next slide, please. We work a lot on the eyes, so next slide, please. One of the conditions that we treat is retinitis pigmentosa. This is a genetic problem. Children at the early age of 14, 15 start going blind. Symptoms include decreasing of vision. This beautiful eye is getting replaced by pigmentation. Another problem is optic atrophy. This is a common problem. Patient is sitting, just watching TV, and goes blind in one eye because he had a stroke. These have really poor prognosis in conventional medicine. Next slide. This is a patient testimonial. Let's take a moment and listen to it.
And I knew the next day, I knew that
So a lot of promising and good things happening in the field of regenerative medicine. Next slide, please. Thank you. Let's skip this. This is an injection technique and normally use that for doctors. Next slide, please. Training physicians, we do that all the time. Next slide. Okay, this is an outpatient procedure, neuroregenesis. Basically, you are introducing biologics to the olfactory bulb that goes injecting the inferior turbinate, and notice that there is a Kesselbeck plexus as well as the anterior ethmoid artery, and then there is that golden structure, that olfactory bulb that is the only connection of the brain to the outside environment. So if you apply the stem cells, now studies have shown they've taken the stem cells, they've painted the stem cells with fluorescent, and they've followed the route of the migration, and they've proven that stem cells go up the olfactory bulb and anterior ethmoid. We use mannitol. There's other ways of putting stem cells using surgery, neurosurgery, and directly and intrathecal. Here I'm demonstrating a procedure for a patient who has dementia, and again we're applying the biologics to this. As you see, it's a very simple procedure. If the patient, you have to numb up the nose. It's very well tolerated if you numb the nose really well. If you don't numb it, of course, it'd be painful. But it really helps patients. Next slide, please. That's the area that we're injecting. Next slide. So you want to inject directly to the bone. Next slide. Here was a patient that she had dementia, and she was brought in by her son that, hey, my mom is forgetting the name of my grandchildren and so on, and I'm concerned about her forgetting how to use a knife and fork, and at that point you have to put a tube on the patient. So what you do is a mini mental status testing. As part of the test, the physician asks the patient to draw a clock from scratch. And this is what this lady was able to do. As you can see, she's pretty much out there. And then we treated her, and she came back a month later. A month later, much more aware, starting to remember the name of the grandchildren, and everybody's very happy. Next slide, please. You can move to the next slide. Some of the patients that we've treated in our clinic, and they have really good stories. The guy from top second left, his name is Justin Gatlin. He was world champion for years. And then in 2015, he came to us as he was preparing for the Olympics. And in Rio, right? That was Rio. And he had arthritis in both knees at this point. And we treated him, and he goes back and he wins a medal in the Olympics. Let's see, we treated Tyson. Next slide, please. Yes, Shirley. Shirley, I want to read that. So Shirley had some neck issues, and she came to see us. And let me just read this for you, because this is a very typical scenario. So I waited for stem cells to work. I did my boring schedule, bathing suit, slippers, warm water, 8:27 with the dogs every day, warm water, repeat. Then on the 10th day of injection, I realized I was pain-free. My world changed, and I didn't have to lie down for hours, and I noticed that I need to seriously adjust to being peaceful and physically happy. Not easy for overachiever. And she's a really beautiful lady, of course. So this is really all the talk that I have for you. And I know that a lot of you are into cells. And if this is something that regenerative medicine and cell therapy is something that a field that is, again, getting really huge, you want to be part of it, we do have a booth here. And you can talk to Claudia or Wilson, and they would put you on the right track. Thank you, Eric. Again, you're having a great event. Congratulations to you, and thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Appreciate you being here. And if you ever to one of their events, they're amazing events. Was 2 weeks ago at the event, and they have, they do hands-on workshops. They bring the cadavers. Claudia's like, we get them wrapped up so they get to go, and so it's really amazing stuff. Again, for those of you who can join us tomorrow at our clinic, we're going to have more workshops and lectures going on and going into more detail. So let's give it up to Dr. Adrian once again. Thank you. Now we have a young man sitting right here. He is an expert in chronic disease. And we're going to be working together with Dr. Valasa and his team. They're going to help us with our clinic bringing in different types of treatments. So he's going to share with you today some of the things that he does, not only bringing into the practices, but how he's helping people really heal themselves. So, you got the PowerPoint?
Did you set it up? I gave it to you, no?
This gentleman right here has got it.
Okay.
You still have it?
I have it. I did send it to you. I thought you...
Excellent, excellent.
You have it there? Not yet.
All right.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do it. No problem.
How's everybody doing today?
So I email it to I email it to you.
Enjoying yourself, just tonight.
I'll email it to you right now. Let me see.
Cocktail party that's starting right after the event. Ryan Tracy will be coming live with us on Zoom around 5:30 or so.
So where is Eric?
Eric.
Don't know, send it to Eric. Send it to me directly.
Marketing email.
I'm going to send it to you.
Who can speak tomorrow is here. A little change.
Okay.
He was a golf pro.
And then, what is your email? Is your email?
And now he works with different organizations to help them really grow their business. We have also some great presentations from Michelle McHenry. And Kevin, how many of you have been swishing today? Anybody? Glutathione. Yeah, you have to use it. I'm telling you, it is amazing. My sister was at my house and she's like, I just did a glutathione IV the other day, and she didn't come to us. That was good or bad, right? So I'm like, you could do this every day. She goes, how? And I go, the last time I was here, she was arguing at us that she bought it, but actually she bought the spray for the face. So try it. I use it every day. In fact, yesterday I was putting on one of the banners and it came on my hand and opened up my hand and I sprayed it on there as well. So again, for those of you in the space that are medical professionals, I truly know that you can come on up and you can figure that out. He's a smart guy, right? And what I know is this, is that today, like I said, we have the cocktail party, and some of you are joining us for dinner that Platinum Labs is sponsoring. So come see me about that. JP has some guests, and we have some folks that are coming. But tomorrow is a roll up your sleeves day. How many of you want to create some content? Anybody want to create some content? We're going to be doing an interview in our podcast studio. Michael Tracy will be there. Olivia will be there. How many of you love Olivia's presentation? Yeah, who's going to Maui with us? Who's figuring out how to go to Maui for a week, right? So think about that and just in a total different environment, getting out of your pressure cooker for a minute. And then tomorrow we're also, Jeff's going to be demonstrating different
You want to send it again?
We have a full regenerative medicine clinic. There's over $1 million.
Maybe a junk.
We just installed a red light bed. How many of you have been in a red light bed? Oh yeah. Right, so tomorrow if you want to book time to get in the bed, we've got one of the top beds in the country. We also have Vibrogenics with their rice machine we have set up. The octagon looks like we throw money in there, with the blower, you try to catch money. And then again, our studio, if you want, tomorrow is a day for all of the attendees and vendors. We'll create content in our green screen room, and we'll have podcasting. So in addition to today, why do I want you to do that? You need video for your social
Whatever you can
media.
do.
You need video for your website. You need content video.
It's
Look,
not
a
that big
short
size.
Video, and by the way, we have one of the top
I have it in
video
the text.
content people
You wanna
gonna
text
be
it to yourself?
speaking tomorrow, and he's here. And the reason I share this with you is
Okay,
because
your Apple?
people don't want to read
That will
today.
work.
That's why I love it.
They want video. It's so amazing how much you can build. So the social media on Instagram may be different than Facebook, than LinkedIn. So again, we're gonna help you with that. And what can I say to you? Be proactive about it. Because if you're trying to build your business, the one thing we all probably don't do enough about is get out there on social media. Notice the Grant Cardones of the world. You see him 10 times a day. He probably cut one series of footage and they break it up and they keep putting it out there.
You got it?
So, Dr. Halassa, I'm going to bring you up for time's sake.
Okay.
He's got your presentation.
Yeah. I will entertain you. I'll finish it. I will do some entertaining here while the PowerPoint is up.
Awesome. I'm going to
Right.
give you this.
Right.
You want to see that put that on or not, but you're wired.
Right.
Let's give it up. Big hand.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Halassa. I'm the founder of Chronic Disease Prevention and Management Center. I came up with this before even the AMA thought about it. And I have affiliates of clinics who've been trained to manage chronic diseases and prevent them. And then I found out that the American Medical Association, they are also entertaining the same thing. They come up with a group of doctors who are promoting and organizing chronic disease prevention and management, and they want to redefine medicine. And what they did, they really redefined the way we take history and exam from the patients, and they call it 360 HP. And I'm going to show you those group of doctors, how they thought about there is a gap in the field of medicine, especially when it comes into managing chronic diseases. And the reason, because most of the time the specialists, they do fail to manage chronic diseases because most of the time the chronic diseases are multisystemic. And I want to give you an example so you can feel the gap and the problem of managing chronic diseases. Let's say if we have a patient and the patient has Parkinson's disease. Everybody know Parkinson's disease? Okay, I will try to break it down to make it simple for all the audience here, because some of you are medical doctors, some of you are investors, some of you are sales. So Parkinson's disease is a disease that's caused by degeneration of dopaminergic neurons. And what's this dopaminergic neuron does? It's the same like the brake of your car, okay? And so think about it that you have a hole in the leakage of your brake oil, right? The channel or the tube. So what will happen when you press the brake? It will not go, it will not stop. Same thing with Parkinson's disease. They have problem with the brakes, okay? So if I want to move my arm, if somebody has Parkinson's disease and they want to move their arm, they will send activation of muscles that will move. We call them agonists, and they're supposed to be inhibiting the antagonist, right? So that's what we do. We send information of signaling to activate the muscles. Let's say if I want to flex my forearm, I need to contract my biceps, right? This muscle here, and relax the triceps. And how I send cholinergic nerves, right, to the biceps to cause a contraction. And then I have to relax the triceps, because if I don't relax the triceps, then we have the reflex, and that will cause a contraction in the triceps. So you end up with this rigidity and tremor of the Parkinson, right? So that's the Parkinson. They have problem with stopping the antagonist, right? Putting the brake on the antagonist, on the opposite muscles, and they end up with rigidity and tremor. And even if they try to talk, when they coordinate their muscles of their voice, they will have a hard time. The reason because they have problem with the brake. So there's two muscles are contracting at the same time. And so how we can solve this problem, as a neurologist, they will say, okay, so the problem is a problem with the dopaminergic neurons. And in the mind of the neurologist, or the mainstream doctors, they think, okay, the Parkinson's disease will manifest if, let's say, 75 of those neurons are not working or they're dead. In the eyes of the mainstream medicine, they say they are degenerated, they're dead, they're hopeless. So they have what? The 25%, right? And they will say, okay, let's go ahead and push the 25% and give them L-DOPA so they can put the brake. And that's what they do. They give them L-DOPA. And L-DOPA will help because then they can make the dopamine that will put the brake. The problem is the L-DOPA, when they metabolize, they become quinine. And quinine is a free radical generator. So it's toxic to those dopaminergic neurons. So they will have more death in these dopaminergic neurons and they need to give more L-DOPA, right? That's the mainstream medicine. Now, after they kill all the dopaminergic neurons from the L-DOPA, which is part of the management, I'm not against giving L-DOPA, but it needs to be given with other things to prevent the further degeneration. Okay, so when they kill all the dopaminergic neurons, there is no brake anymore. No cells can make a brake. And they have what? The cholinergic, which is called the gas. So what they do, they give them anticholinergic drugs to suppress the cholinergic activity to decrease the rigidity and the tremor. And that's called benzotropine, the drug, right? And that also helps in all the complication of Parkinson, what they have, the dystonia and dyskinesia and all the other form of rigidity and tremors. Okay. Us as you can say, a combination of integrative and mainstream medicine, we don't think that all the dopaminergic neurons are dead. The mainstream medicine think it's dead, it's hopeless. I'm not going to spend my time in regenerating. They don't have that mindset or the training that those degenerative neurons, some of them are not dead. Let's say if 75% they're saying is degenerated, 50% is dead, yes, no hope, you cannot revive them. But the other 50% of the 75, they are inflamed and stunned. They're inflamed and stunned. And there is a famous doctor, his name is Dr. David. He's a neurologist. I don't know if you saw his YouTube when he gave the patient IV glutathione. And what happened to that patient? Was with tremors and all that stuff, problem with talking, and then he started talking and have less tremor, right? Okay? And what happened exactly? What's the mechanism here? Those inflamed, stunned dopaminergic neurons, because of the glutathione as an antioxidant, it helped to decrease the inflammation and wake up those inflamed, stunned neurons, and they become not stunned. They become active, and they start secreting dopamine. And that's the reason why you see the instant improvement just by giving IV glutathione, right? Okay, so the mainstream medicine does not recognize giving IV glutathione. They don't recognize that there's inflamed and stunned dopaminergic neurons that they can save. They think all of them are dead, and the only solution we have is to give them L-DOPA or block the cholinergic neurons by giving benzotropine. That's the mainstream medicine. Us, as integrative, as chronic disease prevention and management, we look at trying to revive those inflamed and stop them from dying. And so we start thinking outside the box, not from the eye of only neurology and I can fix only things that related to nervous system, because that's not going to work. The reason why, if the patient have Parkinson, at the same time they have rheumatoid arthritis or diabetes, or they have leaky gut, or they have fungus toxins in their body, all of those are free radical generators from other systems. The mainstream medicine neurologist, it's not my business. I'm not an endocrinologist to take care of your diabetic. I'm not a rheumatologist to take care of your rheumatology. And so even if you give them L-DOPA and benzotropine, the neurons are degenerating and dying, and the patient eventually will die from stopping breathing because all their muscles of the lung will not work. And us, as integrative, as chronic disease prevention and management, we can revive those inflamed, stunned neurons that's not being recognized by the mainstream medicine. They think they are dead, okay? And how we do it, we look at all the systems, and we look at four things, which are the pillars of chronic disease prevention and management. We look at the metabolism, look for any deficiency of nutrition, vitamin D, B12, right? And we're trying to fix that. That's called metabolic, or hormones, 6 hormones. And we also look at any free radical generators. Could be because from leaky gut, could be from the fungus, could be from the toxins. And we see other systems. If they have diabetic, we need to manage that. If they have obesity and they have too much of fat in the viscera, fat is a source of free radical because they are inflamed and they release interleukin-6 and causing inflammation. Okay? And so we need to fix that. We need to give them a program to reduce those fat, because those fats are toxic, they're free radical source of free radical generators. And that's the second pillar, which is restoring and modulating the redox status of the patient, right? So we did the metabolic, and we did the redox, and then we need to look at other thing, which is the immune. In those Parkinson disease, you will see there's inflammation in the Niagara, right? Substantia nigra, where the dopamine are. There is inflammation, and inflammation is Th17, Th1 dominant, and we're going to learn that when we talk about the slides here about those different kind of inflammation. And we need to modulate them by shifting the Th17 and Th1 to Th2 and Tregs, okay? We have a problem as mainstream medicine. They recognize inflammation as one, but there are actually 3 kinds of inflammation, and we're going to learn those 3 kinds of inflammation as we go on the slides. So here, we also modulate the immune status, and we give low-dose naltrexone to inhibit the Th17 that's overactive and even Th1, and move them to Tregs. So here we build up a new medical specialty. It's called chronic disease prevention and management, which is what, by definition, it's a new medical specialty that focuses on chronic disease prevention and management by restoring the balance and modulating the immune, redox, metabolic status, and also the regenerative status of the patient. So it's 4, okay? So we go with Dr. Farshan. After we finish restoring and modulating the redox and the immune and metabolic, after you fix your vitamin D, after you detox the body, after you fix your leaky gut, right? After you see any deficiency there, and that causes a problem in the metabolism. After you adjust the immune system and you start moving it, if there are too much of Th17 and Th1, you move them to Treg and Th2, and if it's vice versa, if they are Th2 and Th17, like we see in allergies, we need to move them back into Th1 and Treg. So we modulate the status and restore the status of the immune, redox, and the metabolic, and also we need to restore the regenerative status of the patient. So after we finish from those 3, we call Dr. Farshan there and say, hey, we need your help. We need to restore the regenerative status. So do you have that nice exosomes, and what is the protocol? And he will teach us the protocol for regenerative. So we have 4 pillars for this new field of medicine, which is called chronic disease prevention and management. It is integrative, it is regenerative, it is holistic, but I try to say this is the field where we combine the mainstream medicine with the other side, because every side is trying to put down the other side, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and see those slides here. So this is the AMA, promoting chronic disease prevention and management. I will recommend all the doctors who are regenerative, holistic, integrative, to start adapting this field of medicine because it's more inclusive and it's being blessed by the mainstream medicine, and you can easily get the CME because it's coming from the AMA, right? And it includes regenerative medicine, but as a part, not the whole thing. So you don't present yourself as regenerative doctors or integrative, you present yourself as chronic disease prevention and management. Okay, and so we find out that AMA, they have a group of doctors there, and they can see there's a gap, especially when COVID hit, and all these medical specialists, they failed in managing COVID because it's a multisystemic diseases, and for them to manage it, you need to have the skill and knowledge how to restore the status of the metabolic, immune, and redox and regenerative of all the systems. So it's not enough when you're managing Parkinson's disease is to give them L-DOPA. You also need to think about how to screen all the free radical generators that aggravate, that cause the damage, right? And cause more degeneration of the dopaminergic neurons. You need to restore the immune balance, right? You need to restore any metabolism. If you have vitamin D deficiency, if you have vitamin A deficiency, all of this needs to be restored. And so the AMA and this group, they recognize there is a gap there. People are dying from chronic diseases. The rate of chronic disease even added more with all this COVID, because COVID with the spike protein does aggravate any underlying chronic disease and make it worse and trigger any disease that's not there. So used to be 60%, I think now 70% of adult population, they have chronic diseases, okay? And so chronic disease is leading cause of death and disability in the United States. The mainstream medicine failed to manage it. They are good in acute medicine. So mainstream medicine are very good in acute medicine. When it comes to chronic, they fail it because you cannot manage it with a system or a specialist. You really need to learn how to manage it in a form of multi-systemic management. Because if you have a problem in your neurons, and you have leaky gut, you have diabetes, you have hypertension, all of this can be source of free radicals, inflammation, and they can speed the process of the degeneration of the neurons. So you need to fix it. It's the same like if you try to fix a tire and it has 10 holes. And you say, I'm a specialist, I can only patch and learn to patch one hole. That will not fix the tire, right? And though they start sending it from one doctor to another specialist, at the end, the patient lost among all of those specialists, and he will die from that chronic disease. AMA recognized that. They come up with a group of doctors. They only redefine the way we take history and exam to be inclusive, to include all the aggravating factors, even from other systems, all the triggering factors, even from other systems, to be included in your history and your exam. Okay? And I wish if we can, before we go here, there is a video here. Can you? So it's a 5 minutes, and there's voice too. Okay, so let's go and learn from AMA, American Medical Association, okay? Yeah, it's in the website. Yeah, it's in the website. So you go down. This is the website of AMA. Okay, I want you to click on this. Let's watch it all.
It's been known for decades that our medical picture is not a complete picture of the patient, and that is more and more clear as chronic diseases go undertreated or undermanaged.
60% of Americans suffer from chronic disease, and 40% have more than 2 chronic diseases. Traditional history principle is really geared toward a single problem, and the HMP-460 allows us to really understand their chronic disease in the context of their social structure, their community structure, racial barriers that we need to consider if we're going to provide complete care for our patients.
So we have to find a way of just standardizing and actually come up with a tool and to be able to provide correct information in a strategic way. And the HMP-460 does exactly that.
Everywhere you want to take a picture of the entire patient and their life and their trajectory, these 7 areas pop up. They're both universal in that they apply to every patient in every context, and they're comprehensive.
That's a lot of information, but you don't have to use all of the domains all of the time. So you can kind of go and pick out the ones that are important.
These domains are flexible enough to allow accessibility. These things are so important to health, but in the very patient is the patient values and goals domain, because it really helps me to understand where the patient is coming from.
Knowing that enables us to come up with a care plan that makes sense for them
So the HMP360 is a tool to enable you to really see the patient for not just their biomedical condition, but beyond that. And I think that by making it systematic, yet so flexible, you can catch things that would have gone unnoticed. When you teach the students this from the beginning, then all the tools are there. The HMP360 has been tested and used in numerous different settings: inpatient, the outpatient, household-centered care, and mental health, and it has been found to be helpful by both faculty and students alike.
It was like lights were going off. It gave them a way to navigate this complicated roadmap.
But it's not more than patients. The patients feel that their physician or student is very engaged in what's going on. So we've implemented this into our clinical skills curriculum. And this is the only history physical that we're teaching.
It developed a common language for educators to start talking with their students about critical domains and gives educators a better sense of being comprehensive to their patients. So at the end of the day, the HMP360 is designed to be a simple roadmap and reminder to busy clinicians about the different aspects of patients' lives that ultimately determine not just their health outcomes, but the outcomes of their communities as a whole.
Okay, great. So what they redefine the history and the exam to be more inclusive, to include other systems, to include all the factors that aggravate or trigger the chronic diseases. So they redefine the mental status, the social status, all of this needs to be involved in managing the patient. And but we came up and with redefining also the diagnosis and the treatment. So we can say it's HPMD or DM, diagnosis and management, and we are redefining the whole process of diagnosis and treatments, not just the history and physical exam, with our group, which is CDP, MCS, Chronic Disease Prevention and Management Centers. So you want to go? Yeah. So we need to learn about how we modulate the immune system to manage chronic diseases. Again, most of the doctors out there, they think inflammation is one kind of inflammation. The reality is that there is three kinds of inflammation. There is Th1 dominant inflammation, Th2 dominant inflammation, Th17 dominant inflammation. Let's give you an example. Th1 dominant inflammation, it could be multiple sclerosis, okay, rheumatoid arthritis, but it's not purely Th1. There's also Th17 inflammation with it, but it's Th1 dominant, and there is some of Th17, so it's kind of a hybrid. We're going to learn what's the meaning of hybrid. What about psoriasis? Psoriasis is more of Th17 inflammation with some of Th1. Some group, they even have Th2, but it's mainly Th17 inflammation for psoriasis. Th2 inflammation is allergies, right? Allergies are Th2 dominant, but there is some Th17 in it, by the way. So Th17 is everywhere. It's in both sides, you will see some Th17. So how we manage, let's say, cancers. So we manage and prevent cancers and allergies and viral infection by shifting the Th1 to Th2 to Th17 to Th1. So in order to kill cancer, what I need cytotoxic T cells. And how I can get the cytotoxic T cells if I want to manage cancer or viral infection, I need to move the inflammation from Th2 and Th17 to Th1, okay? By inhibiting Th17, how we inhibit the Th17, low-dose naltrexone is one of them, right? Hydroxychloroquine will inhibit the Th17. Ivermectin inhibit Th17. And then how I can inhibit the Th2? Benadryl, antihistamine, will inhibit the Th2. And so when we manage cancer, right, I need to inhibit the Th2, right, this inflammation. What this inflammation gives me, Th2? Immunoglobulin E, you cannot fight cancer with immunoglobulin E, right? You cannot fight cancer with basophils and eosinophils. Okay, what about Th17? What does Th17 give you? It gives you neutrophils. Can you manage cancer with neutrophils? No. So those two inflammation, in fact, the cancer is secreting chemicals to make the immune system, to push them to Th2 and Th17. They are fooling the immune system by doing that. And then that will suppress the Th1, which gives you cytotoxic T cells, which is the inflammation that I need to kill the cancer. So what I do to manage cancer, to change the tumor microenvironment immune system from immune that protecting the cancer to immune that kills the cancer, we inhibit the Th17 and Th2. That's why in cancer, people, they give them Benadryl, right? That people thinking outside the box. They give them ivermectin. They give them hydroxychloroquine. They give them low-dose naltrexone. They give them things that inhibit the Th17 and Th2 to move them to Th1. And then also they give them things that polarize the immune system to Th1, like interferon gamma, like thymosin alpha, right? So this is how we modulate the immune system. Instead of suppressing it using cortisone, if you do cortisone, yes, you will inhibit the Th17 and Th2, but also you would have the Th1, and that causes more problem. So you don't want to give cortisone because that will lead to suppressing of the Th1. But we can give them all those other drugs that we know specifically they inhibit the Th2 and Th17. So if you see a patient having cancer and the doctor prescribed Benadryl, people say, why is that? But if you go to Harvard Medical School and PubMed and search it, you will see Benadryl is being used for cancer. Okay? Ivermectin is being used for cancer. One of the reasons, because they inhibit the Th2 and Th17. We can also manage and prevent relapse rheumatoid arthritis. Rheumatoid arthritis and multiple sclerosis, it's Th1 and Th17. Before, 10 years ago, they think multiple sclerosis and rheumatoid arthritis is Th1 only. And all we need is shift it back to Th2. That's what we learn, right? That's not true because they did and they inhibit all the cytokines of the Th1 and they find the multiple sclerosis still is flaring up because they missed the Th17. Why? Because Th17 inflammation is new, something that we recently know that there's other inflammations. But when they come up and they inhibit the Th17 and the Th1, they will be able to manage rheumatoid arthritis and systemic multiple sclerosis, okay? And so we have drugs that inhibit the Th1 and Th17. Let's give you an example, okay? Thymosin beta is one of them. KPV, peptide is another one. Oxytocin will help as well. Low-dose naltrexone will help the Th17 inhibit. So inhibiting Th17 is good, right? Because this will move the whole thing into Th2 and Treg, okay? So if you have rheumatoid arthritis, you don't want to give patients Benadryl, right? Right, because this will inhibit the Th2, and I want to move it to Th2, okay? So I will give things that inhibit the Th1 and the Th17, especially the Th17 inhibitors. We have many of them. Ivermectin is one, hydroxychloroquine is one, right? Okay. So let's first understanding the theme of immune polarization, immune plasticity in order to modulate the immune system and manage and prevent chronic diseases. And so we're going to learn about polarization of the immune system, and I'm going to make it simple, as easy, so the doctors here and people here, they understand there's 3 types of inflammation and how this immune system is polarized, why they go into Th1 or Th17 or Th2. It's all about what macrophages eat, okay? Let's say if the macrophage eats cancers or infected cells with pathogens, virus or bacteria, Lyme disease, right? What will happen? The macrophage will polarize into M1 and they start secreting all those interleukin 2 and 12, which will help to polarize the naive T cells into Th1, and then the Th1 will stimulate the CD8 to become cytotoxic T cells, and then the cytotoxic T cells, they will grab the cancer cells and they will grab the infected cells with Lyme or anything intracellular pathology, right? And they will destroy them. Okay, so you need cytotoxic T cells to kill virus and to kill cancers. Now, if the macrophages eats parasites or allergens, what will happen to those macrophages? Okay, they have tongues. It's called toll-like receptor 4 on the top of them. They sense and they feel it, and then they signal, that will signal them to polarize into M2. And then the M2 will secrete cytokines, which is interleukin 4, and cause the polarization of the naive T cells into Th2. And then the Th2 will start secreting all this interleukin 4, and causing the white cells to polarize into basophil and eosinophil, right? And activate the mast cells. And that's why you get the allergic reaction, and this is why we can fight parasites, right? Those immunoglobulin E will attach the parasites and get all this inflammation, the eosinophils and the basophils, and kill them. Or when you have asthma, that's how you respond, right? By activating the mast cells and basophils, and you get, but in those inflammation of allergy of asthma, there is some sort of Th17 along with it. So when you treat asthma, you need to inhibit both, the Th2 and also the Th17. Okay. If the macrophage eats bacteria or fungus, they will polarize into what? M17. And then M17 will start secreting this interleukin 7, interleukin 6, and polarize the naive T cells into Th17. And then Th17 will secrete interleukin 6 and cause the white blood cells to polarize into neutrophils. Okay. What about the Tregs? How that come up? When the macrophage eats your self-antigen, when they taste it by their toll-like receptors, the macrophage will turn into mReg, secrete what we call it, interleukin 10, right? And polarize the naive T cells into Treg. And this will secrete cytokines that will inhibit all effector T cells, which is Th1, Th2, and Th17, right? So if I want anti-inflammatory effect, I will move things into mReg and to Th reg. Okay, this is the understanding of polarization. And when they polarize, the cytokine of one subtype of that's being polarized will inhibit the other polarization to make sure that they are moving what? Into that direction, into that target, and kill that agent. Okay? Because I cannot kill cancer with basophils and eosinophils and neutrophils. I need cytotoxic T cells. So I need to polarize the immune system to Th1. So here, your immune system, how they polarize based on what they eat. And they turn and become that sort of inflammation. So there's 3 kinds of inflammation, not anymore 1. And I can, instead of suppressing them using steroids, right, and compromise the immune system to fight the cancer and infection, I can modulate them and shift them. Okay, that's the process. That's what we're doing. The modern medicine, they are shifting the immune system instead of suppressing it. So sometimes that if you have both polarization is in the same time. Let's say, give you an example. Virus, the COVID virus, they have spike protein, right? And you hear about the spike protein. What does it inhibit? ACE2. But when they mention ACE2, they don't mention anything after that. What is ACE2? Right? When Dr. Fauci and all those big people, they say it's inhibit ACE2. What's the significance of ACE2? Nobody's talking about it. ACE2 is part of renin-angiotensin system. Okay? And ACE2 is the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory side of renin-angiotensin. So renin-angiotensin has 2 arms. The inflammatory arm and the anti-inflammatory arm. The ACE2 is part of the anti-inflammatory arm of the renin-angiotensin system. So if you inhibit the ACE2, you inhibit the anti-inflammatory arm of the renin-angiotensin system. So you end up with an overactive inflammatory arm that's mediated by angiotensin 2 type 1 receptor. So ACE2 along with angiotensin 2 type 2 receptor, those two, they work together to signal anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, right, anti-apoptotic. While the angiotensin 2 type 1 receptor signaling, they will signal what? Inflammation, oxidation, and up to apoptosis. So think about this spike protein. It does inhibit your anti-inflammatory arm. So what will happen to this inflammatory arm? They become hyperactive. And what will happen here, especially if they are inside or are in the membrane of the macrophages, those ACE2, they will turn the macrophages to M7. Oh, that's a problem. Because when I want to get rid from a virus, I need to move your naive macrophages to M1 so I can get the cytotoxic T cells, so I can kill those viruses who's living inside those cells, those infected cells with viruses. But because you're inhibiting the ACE2, you fooling the immune system and you're polarizing it into the wrong direction, into M17. And you end up with what? With neutrophils. And then you will see in their blood vessels of those people with COVID, they have neutrophilic vasculitis all over their body, in their heart, in their lung. It's a multisystemic disease, right? And they wonder why this virus is doing that. It's fooling the immune system. It's pushing it away from Th1, same like cancers. Cancers secrete chemicals to push them away from Th1 and cytotoxic T cells to Th17 and Th2. The spike protein, which whoever invented, okay, we say in Arabic, sharmuta, okay, he designed it to compromise the immune system, to polarize the immune system into Th17 away from Th1 and gives you neutrophils. Neutrophils cannot kill the virus. It makes sense? Okay. And so what we need to inhibit the Th17 and we need to direct the immune system back to Th1. That's how we treat it. So who's going to inhibit the Th17? Ivermectin is not just an antibiotic. It's anti-inflammatory, inhibit the Th17. Hydroxychloroquine, it inhibits the Th17. That's why we use for systemic lupus erythematosus, right? Okay, what other things that inhibit the Th17? Methylene blue will inhibit that. Oxytocin will inhibit that. Okay, now, the problem is that it's not just polarizing the immune system to Th17, it's also polarizing the immune system to Th2. Why? Because they're saying it's blocking the ACE2, okay, and what next? Well, ACE2 helps in breaking down the bradykinins. So if you block the ACE2, what will happen to the bradykinins? You have too much of bradykinins. And when the macrophage receive too much of bradykinins, that will signal them that you have allergy, right? And they polarize into M2 and give you Th2. So what I have now, I have Th2 inflammation and Th17. But during COVID, it's dominant with Th17, okay? With some Th2, okay? That's why we say we give them antihistamine. Yes, that's true. You want to inhibit the Th2. So we give them antihistamine. We give them things that inhibit the Th17 to polarize the immune system, what? To Th1. And the problem is that spike protein is fooling the immune system, same like cancer. So we learn a lot from this virus because it tells us it's the same way that the cancer fools your immune system, polarizing it away from Th1. It makes sense? Okay, so that's why we give methylene blue and oxytocin and ivermectin. And ivermectin is not antibiotic as they pertain those mainstream medicine. It is also anti-inflammatory, like what we call the, what is the other drug that has both antibiotic and anti-inflammatory? Tricyclic, right? Not tricyclic. For the bacteria. Is it called tricyclic? No. Tetracycline. Tetracycline. It's antibacteria, but also it inhibits the Th17. What about the stem cells and exosomes that Dr. Farshad is talking about? They have a lot of growth factors and antioxidants and anti-inflammatory cytokines, especially interleukin 10, and that helps to push the immune system into Treg and also to or inhibit the Th17 with those exosomes that you're doing. So it's a good thing to give exosome because it will help to damp the extra inflammation that you don't want, especially the Th17. Okay. So we talked about COVID. It's both. It's Th17, right? And that's why you get this neutrophilic vasculitis all over the body, right? And also we have some Th2, right? Okay. So think about that. You have Th2 is active, but Th17 is more. So the dominant is Th17. And think about this Th2 is also receiving cytokines from Th17, which is interleukin 17 and interleukin 6. What will happen when they are bombarded by inflammatory cytokine from Th17? The Th2 will convert and become Th2 and Th17, a hybrid. Okay? So you will have Th2 and Th17, a hybrid, that secretes both interleukin 4 and interleukin 6 and interleukin 17. And that's what's happened during COVID. You will have hybrid of Th2 and Th17. It's dominant. So what we call it, We call it XTH2, because it's X, it's not the dominant, XTH2, TH17 cells. And they secrete both interleukin 17, interleukin 6, and interleukin 4. And they behave, and it's very difficult to get rid from them as well. Very difficult to decrease them and inhibit them. So those are the hybrid cells that behave and secrete the cytokines of two subtypes when one is being challenged by the dominant cytokines, as we gave you an example here. So let's explain here. The pathophysiology of COVID involved the spike protein blocking the ACE2 receptors on the macrophage, hijacking the renin-angiotensin system, which leads to pathological hyperstimulation of angiotensin 2 receptor type 1. This leads to what? Polarizing the immune system, the macrophage, into M17, right? Signaling excessive interleukin 6, pathological polarization of the naive T cells into TH17, right? And you would have this TH17 hyperinflammation. You would have a lot of interleukin 6 will polarize your white blood cells into neutrophils, and you have neutrophilic inflammation, neutrophilic vasculitis all over the body. And interleukin 6 does inhibit platelets and does inhibit the thrombosis. So you end up with high D-dimer. Is that what's happening? So if I inhibit the TH17 inflammatory cytokines and I block the interleukin 6, and we can do it with antibodies. With the mainstream medicine, they have a lot of antibodies. They're blocking those interleukins. We can do it, right? It's okay. So there's lots of antibodies that blocks interleukin 17, interleukin 6. From the mainstream medicine, we can use it. We just need to load them inside platelets nanoparticle to get them into the pathology, because you don't want to block this everywhere. You need it in the pathology. So we use some targeting therapy for that. Okay. We also said COVID, spike protein, blocks the ACE2, right? And ACE2, we know it's good for breaking the bradykinins, and it's being blocked, so you have a lot of bradykinins. So this will inhibit the bradykinin breakdowns, lead to overproduction of bradykinins. What will happen? Your macrophage will turn into M2, and then stimulate the AFT cells with TH2, right? And this will release interleukin 2, which will activate and polarize the immune system into eosinophil and basophils and activate the mast cells, right? And you will have something that's called mast cell activation syndrome. It makes sense? So COVID, they do have mast cell activation syndrome. During COVID, during acute infection, they have mast cells overactive, okay? It's not the dominant, but still there. So when we treat those patients and we give them ivermectin, we inhibit the TH17, and we calm that inflammation, what will happen to the mast cells? Some of them, they will continue have this mast cell activation lingering. And that gives you what we call it what? The post-COVID-19 syndrome. So in post-COVID-19 syndrome, it's more of TH2 dominant, not TH17, TH2 dominant, and you would have some of TH17. So it's X TH17, TH2, okay, in post-COVID. And mainly, the main line of treatment, now it's flipped. In COVID, ivermectin, methylene blue, oxytocin is the main, and then Benadryl is the second, right? In post-COVID, the first line treatment is antihistamine, Benadryl, okay, for post-COVID. And you see miracles. Patient with post-COVID with rash, fatigue, brain fog, they cannot sleep, insomnia, irritability, right? The same like mast cell activation syndrome. You're going to see both syndrome and you say, well, this is same. And what you give them if they are in acute condition of post-COVID, like inflamed with mast cells, you give them IV Benadryl 50 milligram, and in 1 hour they can sleep, the brain fog goes away, it's like they come back to normal. And there's cases reported, and if you PubMed it, you will find those cases about Benadryl and post-COVID-19. So we will define post-COVID-19 as mast cell activation syndrome. Does not mean that all of them, they just have mast cell. Because this inflammation, this cytokine storm did trigger underlying chronic diseases. So if they have diabetic, it become worse. If they have hypertension, it become worse. Or they have genetic disease, and what will happen? This will be triggered, and they start coming up at the surface. And that's the reason why chronic disease, instead of being 60% of adult population, now it's 70 and 80%, right? Okay, so we understood the pathophysiology of COVID. We know that it's both, it's TH17 and TH2 during COVID infection. And post-COVID, it's mainly, it's what? it's mast cell, it's Th2 dominant, it's mast cell activation syndrome. So you have both Th17 inflammation, you will see neutrophilic vasculitis, plus you will see what mast cell activation syndrome. So what is immune plasticity? We just talked about immune plasticity, right? If you'd have two immune is polarizing in the same direction, right? One of them will become an X, the other one will become the dominant, and they switch, right? To what? Because of the challenge from the main polarization, like we said here, Th17 and Th2 during COVID. It's Th2 dominant, Th2 is X because they start secreting interleukin-6 and they become a hybrid. And that's called what? Immune plasticity. Okay, if you don't fight them, be one of them, right? The same thing with Th2. Because normally they inhibit each other, but sometimes when they get too much of inhibition, sometimes they switch. They say, okay, I want to be one of you, so you don't have anymore. And if you see the hybrids is between them, let's say here you have interleukin-4, this one Th2, see that? And then here it's being challenged. Let's say this is the dominant, and now they become what? X, Th2, Th17. See that hybrid there? And they're very difficult to treat sometimes and suppress them. Okay, so what is the compromised immunity? That's what's happening during cancer. Remember, cancer secrete chemicals to fool the immune system, polarize it in inflammation into inflammation that will not affect the cancer. In fact, helps the cancer to grow and protect it. So they polarize them, they start secreting chemicals, the cancer, to polarize the immune system into Th2 and Th17 instead of Th1. And that helps them. And also to Treg, works like a shield for them so they can grow. So COVID, and that's called immune compromisation. So yes, the cancer does compromise your immune system by fooling the immune system and make it to polarize away from the Th1. Same thing for COVID, the spike protein, right? We saw how it's fooling the immune system, polarizing it away from Th1. And that is causing what? Compromising immune system. So it's not about, a lot of doctors say, oh, COVID has HIV in it and all that stuff. No, it's just the spike protein. Polarize the immune system in the wrong direction, and yes, it will suppress your Th1, where you don't able to fight any more cancer infection, and yes, the cancer rate will go up because of this. Because you're suppressing the Th1, and Th1 is responsible to immune surveillance against cancer and infection. So yes, those patients with COVID and post-COVID, they have high risk of having cancer. So the cancer rate is increasing after this COVID, including the vaccine, which is the spike protein. That is also a problem with the vaccine. We need to have a vaccine. I like to have a vaccine, but the vaccine does not contain the spike. That spike is a problem, and we call it spikopathy. And if they create a vaccine of COVID that gives me balanced immune system, and instead of giving me memories of Th2 and Th17, that's what the vaccine does. I need a vaccine that gives me Th1. And all those vaccines, because of the spike, which is hijacking the immune system, they are not giving me a balanced immune memory to fight the infection. In fact, when we get the infection, we get hyperinflamed, against it, and we get more sick, and possibly patient can die from carditis and others, especially if they have some genetic background, or the patch of the vaccine is not good, where they say it's biodegradable, some of them are not. So that's the problem with the vaccine, okay? Okay. So in order to prevent and manage COVID, what we need to do, we need to restore the immune balance, modulate the immune system, and shift the immune system from Th2 and Th17 back to Th1 using, okay, you want to do vaccine? I'm not against vaccine. I want a vaccine that produces Th1 memories, not Th17 and Th2. We don't have that vaccine yet. Okay, so one thing you can do, what may help, if they add interferon gamma in the vaccine. They did it with influenza virus vaccine. They add interferon gamma as an adjuvant to help to polarize the immune system to Th1. They did not do it with COVID vaccine. And that's why if you want to take the COVID vaccine, do with it the influenza vaccine together, possibly the interferon gamma would help. Because I have some people, they came up in my webinars and they say, well, we have cases that they have post-COVID, and when they receive the vaccine, they feel better. So he's one of the YouTube tech and all that, and he shut me down, and then he opened it again. I told them, okay, explain it to me. And if you explain it, I will definitely go with you. I'm not against vaccine, don't take me that wrong. I want to the vaccine, and possibly those people who took the vaccine of COVID, they took also vaccine of flu, and then flu has interferon gamma, and that may help to polarize the immune system. It does help, okay? So I hear some cases with allergy, they have nasal allergies, and they have the vaccine of the flu, and they feel better. Why? Because the interferon gamma helps to modulate the immune system and move it to Th1, which will help to manage allergies. So, what we need to do to manage COVID, we need to inhibit the Th17 and Th2 by giving them ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, methylene blue, serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Remember Dr. Fauci said serotonin reuptake inhibitors are good, right? Because it inhibits the Th17. He did not explain it why. Antihistamine, Benadryl to inhibit the Th2. And if you want to use cortisone, you use low dose, it's fine. It will get you the Th17, Th1, but not too much where you compromise the Th1. But if you have this and it's able to get your Th17, Th2, you don't need the cortisones. But sometimes we use low dose of hydrocortisone. So this just shows you how the ivermectin and all those drugs, and also including the monoclonal antibodies, that inhibit the cytokines of the Th17 and interleukin-6 from the big pharma. Yeah, all of this will be good. So all of this will help dexamethasone, right? Azithromycin, tetracycline, ivermectin. This antibody is called the tocilizumab, hard to pronounce. Low dose dexam. All of this will help the Th17 and Th2. And if you give them some other things that polarize the immune system, the Th1, like interferon gamma or thymosin alpha, that will be a good thing to do. Okay, so methylene blue. Also, if you see methylene blue, what does methylene blue? And I'm the one who put the fire on methylene blue during COVID, and I helped to manage. We manage a lot of patients with COVID, around thousands and thousands of scripts going to those patients, because methylene blue does many things with COVID. It does block the spike. Attach the spike, preventing from attaching to the ACE. So you're neutralizing the spike protein by methylene blue. So that's the first, right? And also, it does inhibit the Th17. Okay? So that's another thing. It inhibits the Th17 and also inhibits the inflammation of extra of Th2. Okay? So if you inhibit this too, inflammation, you can manage COVID. That's methylene blue. So it inhibits the spike. It's also anti-inflammatory, so it's an antiviral, it's anti-inflammatory, especially if you add the red light, which will activate the methylene blue, generate free radicals, which will help to even destroy more of those viruses, especially the RNA viruses. Now, what will happen? 1 minute?
One more presenter to get up.
Okay, so I will go with, can you give me 5 minutes to just summarize the whole thing, and we're done.
They're going to see you tomorrow, too.
Okay, so here's the thing. What will happen to those patients? They end up in the ICU, we saw many of them, and they die from septicemia. And they did all the drugs that helps them, which is the inotropics, epinephrine, things that helps to increase their blood pressure, right? But most of the time when they see the blood pressure is dropping, they say, he's dead, right? We cannot do anything, so septic shock we call it, right? But that's not true. We can save those people just by giving them IV methylene blue. It's written in many logarithms, well, not all the hospitals, but few of them, you can see printed down as methylene blue in a dose of, I think, 1 milligram per kg, okay? And you give them IV, and you can save those patients' life because it helps to increase the vasoconstriction of the blood, and it will help to revive those patients who are dead back to life from septic shock. Okay, so anyway, hydroxychloroquine does inhibit the Th17, right, as you see it here. And then I just want to make sure you understand that COVID infection or post-COVID, it's mast cell activation syndrome, and the first-line treatment for it's Benadryl, but also you can go ahead and do all the health optimization protocols, right, that you're doing already to help those patients to come up from that. But the first-line treatment is Benadryl or antihistamine. Okay, I think I'm done. but we can finish tomorrow or somewhere. It's a long, but it's recorded, YouTube. Here we go.
And by the way, thank you, Dr. Alonso. Dr. Alonso is going to be at the clinic tomorrow. Thank you. He's going to give some lectures. Thank you. So if you're coming to the clinic at 1899 Northeast 164th Street is the location of the clinic. Anthony Sasan. Yes. All right. So we have one more presenter before Brian Tracy. He's waiting patiently. I know many of you haven't come tonight. We're going to have a presentation by Michelle Henry. Michelle presented our program before. She's an expert on health and nutrition, and she's going to talk about tonight also about glutathione and NUMI. And as I mentioned earlier, her professional background is in nursing, so she's coming to you from a medical perspective as well. So let's give it up all the way from Colorado. This is Michelle Henry. All right.
Oh, I need a clicker. Please. It's okay. All right, thank you. Okay. Can you hear it?
You might be walking through something. You might have been diagnosed with something that is dangerous. I'm here to tell you, there is hope. So where are you at in your life? What are you believing? I'm believing in aging well, so I can spend as much time with my family and my little granddaughter as well. I want you to prepare, I want you to believe it, and I want you to join me on your journey to aging well.
Okay. All right. So, who's ready to have some fun? Yeah. Put your hand up and say yes. Are you ready to have more freedom? Put your hand up and say yes. And are you ready to live the life of your dreams? If you are, put your hand up and say yes. So, imagine if you could go from being overstressed, overworked, and overwhelmed to happy, healthy, and wealthy. Would you want to learn how to do that? If so, put your hand up and give me 3 yeses. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So, welcome to finding your power to grow young and learning the secrets to aging well. I believe that your health is your wealth. And I believe that you deserve to look better, feel better, and perform better in every area of your life. And I believe you can be happy, healthy, and wealthy. You can have it all. So what you're going to learn are the lies that you're being told, the truth that they really don't want you to know, the science behind weight and aging, and what you can do today to achieve ultimate health and aging well. Oops, I hit the wrong button. All right. So my mentor, John Maxwell, once said, life is a master of choices, and every choice you make makes you. So knowledge is in your mind, but application changes your life. And so that is what we are here to do today. So I want to thank you for making you a priority. So I want you to give yourselves a hand. And I want to thank Eric and JB for putting on this fantastic event today. So give them a hand. All right. And I can't wait to hear Brian Tracy. Are you guys excited? All right. And I love his saying, the key to success is action. And
Michael, great job earlier today. Just wanted to say thank you for that. So, since we're going to spend a little bit of time together, is it okay if I tell you a little bit more about me? Yes. All right. So, I am a registered nurse. I spent 15 years in ICU and then 5 years in cardiac rehab. I'm an award-winning business leader. I was a business owner and CEO of a multi-million-dollar company for 31 years, and we just sold that last year. I am a health consultant, founding member of the John Maxwell team, and I was past president of the Chamber and Rotary at the same time. I don't recommend that, but anyway. I'm also a best-selling author of your amazing Itty Bitty Aging Well book. Now, I don't tell you that to impress you. I tell you that to impress upon you that I know a little bit about being overstressed, overworked, and overwhelmed. So, that doesn't look so great, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter. This is my vision board. And I can tell you that I wouldn't be here today without my faith, family, freedom, fitness, and fun. And, I'm trying to click here and it's not working. How about that? Okay, and this is my pride and joy. Those are my two little granddaughters right there. So, as a nurse, you can understand that I know how hard it is to stay healthy in today's world. Have you ever had somebody tell you, you're fat? I will never forget that day. And even though it was back in 1978, I was 15 years old, it still feels like it was yesterday. Yeah. I was getting ready to enjoy a waffle smothered with peanut butter and pouring delicious maple syrup on top when my brother comes around the corner and he says, Michelle, are you really going to eat that? You are getting fat. What? Did I really just hear him say what I think I heard him say? I was mortified. My heart stopped, and I felt ugly and fat. But his comment, I went on a crash diet, I started exercising, and I lost 15 pounds in 15 days. And his comment is one of the reasons I became a registered nurse and why I'm with you today. So, I spent 15 years in ICU. Most of the time I was taking care of the open heart patients. As soon as they came back from surgery, I was recovering them. And what really frustrated me was that I realized that majority of the people didn't need to be there. So I got to see the devastating effects when someone doesn't take care of their health and they don't take care of themselves. And I learned it the hard way too. When I was in nursing school, my father had to have open heart surgery when he was just 49 years old. We almost lost him, but we didn't. And then he turned his life around, he became healthy, and he lived to be 81. Yes, yes. And I could tell you with 3 nurses in the family, he didn't really stand a chance now, did he? No. So what did I do? I started studying the science behind weight, health, and aging. And I took my nursing experience, my family experience, and my professional experience, and I took it all together, and I realized that the one common denominator in all of it is obesity. The majority of the people are overweight. Now, it's not their fault. If you think about it, we are surrounded by a culture of food obsession, right? We have the marketing people, the advertisers that are out there and telling you to go eat McDonald's, go eat the fast food, right? Go eat the junk food. And then we are so limited in our time that that's what we do. And then we have employers that make us work 60 hours a week. So we don't have time to exercise and do the things that we need to do, right? So it feels like fast food, junk food, food from a box. Can you say it with me? fast food, junk food, food from a box. Yeah, and that doesn't sit well with me. And so, whether you want to live to be 110 or just want to feel good in your skinny jeans, it doesn't matter. What does matter, oops, oh, my little slide didn't say, is who you want to be when you are presenting yourself to the world, right? Who do you want to be when you show up for business? Because people want to do business with people that they know, like, and trust, and feel good about themselves. So we know that here in the United States, we have some serious health risks around obesity. Heart disease, diabetes, high blood pressure, and cancer, just to name a few. Did you know that the United States ranks #1 in the world for obesity? If that doesn't scare you, that scares me. So, this is my cousin Joel. He suffered a massive stroke last October, and he died. He didn't get to live the life that he wanted to live. He was overweight, he had heart disease, he had diabetes, he had it all. He didn't do the things that he needed to do in order to live the healthy lifestyle. So what did I learn? Oops, diets don't work. They don't, right? 95% of diets fail. So it's not about the diet, and you don't have to listen to the lies that we are being told, right? Do this diet, do that, and you're gonna lose 50 pounds in one day. Yeah. And you don't have to spend the years feeling like crap, physically, mentally, and emotionally. You can be happy, healthy, and aging well. So, let me ask you a question. What are the things that you think about? What makes you happy? What brings you joy? Is it your family? Is it your friends? Is it your relationship with your coworkers? And what keeps you up at night? What stresses you out? What keeps you living the life that you really want? Is it your health? Is it your wealth? Or is it your relationships? I'm here to tell you, you can create the life that you want. And your success is right in front of you. Now, in my book, I talk about the little things that you can do every day to age well. I'm going to give you a tip. Do you want a ninja tip? Do you have something to write on? Yes. Okay, all right. I'm going to give you the 5 things that you should limit. I didn't say eliminate, just to limit in your diet, the 5 whites. Flour, sugar, we're like, yeah, I know that, right? White rice, right? White potatoes, so like, okay, no French fries. They're really not good for you. And also corn. Corn's very inflammatory, and most people don't actually realize that. And there's another thing that I like to tell you. I have some tools. There's lots of tools in my book, but one of my favorite tools is just have fun. Are you ready to have some fun? Because it's fun time. All right. Okay. I'm not very good at this. Maybe I'm better than I thought. I am a lefty. Uh-oh! I better stop. I'm losing my stuff. All right. I have more in the back if you want some. All right. All right, let's talk a little bit about science. Just a minute, just a little bit. So, your liver has 500 known functions that it does. It balances your blood viscosity, your enzymes, your hormones, your immune factors, your lipids, your sugars. It just does a lot of stuff for your blood. It is the main detoxifier of your liver. And what it needs is glutathione. So glutathione is the major antioxidant, and your liver has a lot of glutathione, needs a lot of glutathione in it to function. So it is the protector and the detoxifier of your cells. It's the key to life, health, performance, protection, and longevity. And you need it to utilize the other antioxidants that you're taking, such as the vitamin C, the D, the E, all those supplements that you take. Because if you don't have glutathione, it doesn't matter how many supplements you take. You're not really going to get them absorbed, and they're not going to be utilized in your body like they need to be. I like to say you're probably just peeing them down the toilet. So, your liver function dips when your glutathione levels are low. And your liver has about 1,000 times more glutathione in its liver cells than the rest of your body. But there are other things that your body needs as well. Your brain needs glutathione. It takes a lot of glutathione. Your gut. We know that there's a brain and gut health connection now. We're really starting to learn that you can't have one without the other. And so the problem is with glutathione is as we age, and I'm talking about aging. I want you to look here, right? So the white is your glutathione. So you're pretty good when you're little. But about age 25, your glutathione starts to go down, and your oxidative stress starts to go up, right? So you can see that there. So that is a definite problem, right? And let's talk about wrinkles, right? I call him Ralph. Ralph's like, what? What wrinkles? So you actually start at age 25, 30, you start to get wrinkles because you're starting to lose your glutathione, and glutathione is very important in the aging process. And so, we already talked about that a little bit. So the benefits of glutathione are that it removes the toxins, it strengthens your immune system, it increases your energy, enhances your stamina and endurance, improves your exercise and recovery, and gives you greater mental clarity and focus. Yeah, so if you're starting to look in the mirror and seeing all those wrinkles, kind of like Ralph here, I want to give you some before and after pictures to just show you here. This is Sherry from Indiana. After about 7 weeks, she started to look like that. Doesn't she look like her younger sister? Isn't that incredible? They were not filtered. These photos were not filtered. Here's an 80-year-old woman from Nigeria, just after 4 weeks. Look how much better she looks. And then we have Donna from Texas. Look at her neck. Isn't that amazing? Doesn't she look like she's aging backwards? Yeah, yeah. And here's Natalie Jenkinson. She's an Olympian and Australian boxing champion. And she found that she had better recovery in her exercises. She was sleeping better, had more mental focus, and really, really helped her performance. Whoops, I want to hit here and it's not working. And then we had Alexander Glover. He's a vegan athlete, and the same thing for him. He just really had amazing focus and recovery after he started using the glutathione. And glutathione, the company that I like to introduce you to is Numi. And why Numi? Because the only way you used to be able to get glutathione is through IV and injection, which was very time-consuming and expensive. And so Numi is this new product on the market where you just swish it and it gets absorbed sublingually, which maybe some of you know what that means and some of you don't. So what that means is, I'll give you an example. If somebody was having a heart attack, we would give them a pill called nitroglycerin, put it underneath their tongue, and it would get absorbed instantly. So it would dilate their arteries and hopefully either prevent them from having a heart attack or minimizing their heart attack. So that's exactly what we're doing when we are swishing with the Numi product. We're putting it in our cells directly through our sublingual mucous membranes. And then there's also a spray. and then we're spraying it as well. Yay! I heard somebody say, I love Numi. I love Numi as well. Numi comes in two different things. So the swish, which is sublingual, and then the spray. So I want you to think about like the swish is healing your body from the inside out, and the spray is healing your body from the outside in. Well, you need both. That's right. Right. So it's definitely a breakthrough technology. It is a nano technology, which means the particles are so like micro small that even if you have your makeup on, ladies, it goes right through your makeup. So you can spray it several times a day if you want. It's amazing. So I could go into the science a little bit more, but I can tell you that it has been researched, and we have a medical advisory board. They're not paid, they're all volunteers, but they love Numi so much that they want to be able to support it, and they're all around the world. We are actually in 61 countries already in less than 2 years. Isn't that crazy? Crazy good. So those are just some of the ones. And so I want to introduce you to our founder, Stephen K. Scott. So have you ever heard of him? Has anybody ever heard of him? Okay, a few people, yep. So he spent his whole life researching and finding breakthrough products. You've probably heard of some of them like Total Gym, Hair Care with Cher, and Deal-A-Meal. You know, remember when I said you were getting fat, like my brother told me I was getting fat? Well, Deal-A-Meal was one of the things I tried. So when I realized it was Stephen K. Scott, I was like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm home. All right, so anyway, and he's worked with many actors and actresses over the years, and he is like the #1 person in the info commercial history to market the breakthrough products. He's also a best-selling author, and he's been interviewed all around the world. So he was going to go into retirement in about 2005. He met a biochemist, and he was introduced to glutathione, and the chemist said to him, if you can figure out how to get glutathione into the cells of the body, you will revolutionize the health and wellness industry and help so many people in the aging process. So he set out to do that, and it took him until 2021 to be able to come up with the formula to be able to create the product that we have today. So Dr. Oz did a complete show on glutathione and the amazing effects for glutathione. And this is what he says: the most powerful antioxidant you have never heard of. It's one of the keys to fighting off diseases that you fear the most. It's called glutathione. Now write it down because it's critically important. He had Dr. David Katz, the director of the Yale University's prevention research, come and talk about glutathione in his show. And this is what he said: if you're chronically run down, chronically fatigued, your body isn't firing on all its cylinders, low glutathione might be the reason. So we have lots of practitioners, chiropractors, estheticians starting to use Numi in their practices. We even have Dr. Jeff, yay! Yes, as one of our Numi specialists, and incorporating it into the work that he's doing. So you can see the value of it. So if you are ready to get started, if you want to put it into your practice, or you just want to use it, all you have to do is scan this QR code. So I'm going to give you a couple minutes to get out your phone and scan the QR code and get Numi working for you, because we all know it's the most powerful master antioxidant that everybody needs. All right. Everybody get it? No? Still working on it. Okay. So get started. Love to have you on board. I just want you to know you are worth it. Yeah, they're just stress balls. They don't
Well, 5 minutes. We're just blocking the street over there. Real quick, you got it? So we're gonna be sitting a couple of minutes. Brian's gonna be live on Zoom with us. Just waiting to get in. Let's give it up for Michelle. Yeah. We actually carry it now in the clinic with the professional version. So a lot of fun. Jeff, you want to come up here for a few minutes, stretch everybody? Sure. You know? Let's by the way. Tracy! Now Jeff is a chiropractor by trade. His dad and his family have been in medical for about 100 years or something like that.
Gets a little big in the 80s. So it was 1990s, and they decided that I shouldn't go to medical school. It was all business. So I went to business school. And then go figure, I went back to chiropractic school to be back in the healthcare field. So still here now in the healthcare, just went a different route. We have the integrated medical practice. You know, we got my father internal. Now he's retiring. I taped a lot of that. He just recently had Parkinson's diagnosis, so we had to get him retired. But now we got medical director, physiatry, and we do a lot of what you're seeing here, the Unity product we love because we do a lot of IVD with ion, in the body, out the body. The nano allows us to keep them having real good consistency, so we know they're getting the free radicals out, getting the cellular repair. But I love stretching, guys, you know, everything about it. But really what I want to talk about besides stretching is really the importance of everybody doing this besides right here. You know, because the reality is we're falling into a world where we're in a modern technology, and we're all
recording in progress.
So the problem with that is most people don't realize that we're doing all things to get what? Oxygenation, cell repair. But if we're actually not breathing because we're actually folded forward, then we're actually getting cellular disruption and actually could do just well when we're fixing our posture. You know what I mean? So most people don't realize that we have such bad posture because we all have such bad posture that we don't even realize it because we're looking at everybody else's bad posture. You know, but the truth is that it can be corrected, and a lot of it is actually the people having to do it. We do it in our practice. We use a lot of, I like how Dr. Zimmer says, I like that stack, because in order to fix our posture, we really have to stack things. You know, the first thing is assessing the body. The next thing is looking at the movement. Then let's do some therapies. Shockwave therapy. Let's break up the adhesions. Let's use some activating to the laser so we get the photostimulation. Let's use manual therapies now so we actually can get the muscles to actually lengthen and to be short through the long reciprocal inhibition. So this stuff has been going on since the 1980s. Vladimir, you know, 1983, this Saturday, medical doctor figured out there's an upper cross and a lower cross. And now this is what we are. We're literally living in the upper cross, lower cross world because we're on the phone, computer. The main concern that I have in this world is that they're actually stipulating that in 2100, don't look it up, it gets kind of scary, but it's called the Future Human Mindy. And Mindy literally asks, can I do it tomorrow? If you see I have a patient coming in, we'll be there because I didn't want to keep them off it. I work a lot with shockwave and laser and deep tissue oscillation to take care of the text cloth. I don't know if everybody else is getting text cloth, but I'm even getting it because I do a lot of work with there. And if you look at the Future Human, they literally have a higher front lobe, not thinking, their whole body's deforming, they have claw hands because all we're doing is this. So if we can't change this, that's our future, and we're already projecting it in less than 70 years, 8 years, that's kind of scary. So, and I'm doing a lot of stuff, stacking to fix this, and a lot of it is using equipment that you create neurovascularization, things that are not happening once, so you have to get the blood flow. And then we do a lot of micronutrients, and as a chiropractor, I can bring back in my manipulations, specifically to key points. So my thing is, we go stretch, and I want more emphasis that you guys should be learning on your own. And if it's not me, anyone that's actually getting into your posture. And it's literally like, read about it, everybody's calling it the new smoking. And the reason they're doing that is because as we get that posture, we're not getting the cardiopulmonary function down. We're not even getting the proper oxygen. You know, so everything's kind of falling apart. So with that being said, I would really love everybody to have their own health in their hands. I'd love you to see me on planet, do it all over, but it's really important to empower yourselves, because if not, I just don't want to see this trajectory to go to 2100 where everybody looks like this. I don't know, does not look human. The future human doesn't look human, you know, and I don't want that to happen, so please everybody, be proactive. This is such an environment, because, you know, my father's very out, they have some very mixing in with all of our holistic and our wellness. It's a very cool approach. I hope there's more of these because this is literally the platform that we need to change the dynamic. I'm actually probably involved with Dr. Sagan. I really do believe in my company is Innovative Medical Wellness, but I do believe if we want to make an impact, we have to play in the game. You know what I mean? So we have to join the game to be in the game. You know, so I do never like the disease model, but it is a disease model. We have to be in to fix the disease model. So thank you guys. I know it's supposed to stretch you, but to me, I've become important since we had a handful to really try to get you guys to realize do it all. You know, and stretching itself, I mean, we can go through cat count, we can do all these, but more importantly, it sounds like my father. Look it up. You know, so as I growing up, every time I ask a question, it was go look it up, otherwise you won't learn it. So look it all up, guys. All right, here we go. Awesome.
All right, we have Brian Tracy live. Brian, can you hear me? Am I live?
Can you see me all right?
Yes. I can see you. All right, we've got a full day. Michael spoke earlier today. It's a little bit too loud. How is that? So we have a great group. We're going to invite some more folks in. It's been a full day here in Miami, Brian. So we're very excited. For those I don't know any real introduction, can you hear us? Ryan, can you hear me?
Hold on. Yes, I can hear you, Eric.
Okay, great. So for those of you who don't know Brian Tracy, he's one of the most sought after speakers in the world, has written countless books, created countless programs in the world of sales and business. I had the opportunity to work with Brian starting in my early 20s, producing and promoting seminars with him all over the country. I started out as a guy working for one of his original promoters, Tom Gundrum, who was one of my mentors that actually taught me how to sell. And when I learned about the psychology of selling and about building businesses, the fundamentals of success, that's why I invited Brian and Michael to join us. Because they know one thing, success leaves clues. And if you get around the most successful people in anything you do, it has to rub off. So I was in my 20s able to build businesses and hire and train and recruit top talent and have a team of almost 100 people. We're in a different world today. Would you agree, Brian? Because of COVID and what's happened, people want to work from home. They want to be virtual. So I found my workforce changing. But everything that I want Brian's going to share with you is about fundamentals, success, the things you need to do every day. So let's give a big hand to Mr. Brian Tracy, Brian from San Diego, and Salami. Welcome, Brian.
Hello, Eric. Can you hear me clearly, my friend?
Yes, we can hear you. My AD guy just left the thing about, can everybody hear Brian?
Yeah. Okay. I'm having a terrible time hearing you, but of course, my voice is more important than your voice, so it's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. I was asked originally to speak for an hour, so I designed the talk for an hour. And it's like an accordion. It spreads out and so much lighter. And then Eric asked me if I could reduce my comments to 30 minutes, so I had to compress it all back together. So I'm going to give you about a half-day seminar in 60 minutes. Eric tells me that you're some of the smartest people in America and that you can take a lot of information in a short period of time. Is that true? Yes. Does anybody not understand the question? Yes. I was in Washington, D.C. doing attending a big conference of 2,500 people a couple of weeks ago, and a man came up to me and he said, Mr. Tracy, I've never seen you before, he said, Mr. Tracy, you changed my life, you made me rich. And I said, well, thank you very much. And as it happened, over the years, I've heard that at least 1,000 times. I walk down the street, I walk into a meeting, I get emails and letters, and they say, it's almost like they're coordinating with each other. You changed my life, you made me rich. And so I asked him what it was, and it was always on goal setting, time management, personal productivity, things he never thought of before, and now he's rich. And of course, Eric and I want everyone in this audience to be rich, and I think that you want to be rich as well. If you don't, this is a great time to take a break, because I'm going to concentrate in the short time that I have and give you some ideas that will be helpful to you. And so the question I often ask when I do sales seminars, our average sales seminar has 1,600 people in it. Start off, to get the audience interested and settle down. I'll say, how many people here would like to double their income in the weeks and months ahead? And of course, everybody raises their hand. And I said, well, that's good. I said, because I'm going to show you several different methods of using your time and your talents in such a way that if you do it, you will double your income. And so now let's get on with the seminar, and we'll come to those ideas in a little while. And everybody goes, oh, I want to do them now, tell me now. So I tell them this little simple story. According to the statistics, the average salesperson in America, average entrepreneur, average business owner, calls on 2 new prospects per day. 2 new prospects per day. Some call on less. I've met many full-time sales professionals who call on 2 new prospects per week. And they say that they're overwhelmed with work. They have so much work to do, they can't talk to more than 2 people. So let us say that you are the average, and you're not the average, you're very much above the average. Let us say you're the average. And so you want to double your income. Well, what is the simplest way to double your income? And the answer is for you to call on 4 new people each day. Now, it sounds so simple that sometimes people get mad at me. And they say, well, that's too simple. I mean, however, if you call on 2 new people a day, that means you're calling on 2 new people 1 every 4 hours. If you call on 4 new people, that's 1 every 2 hours. Is that possible? Could you organize your time and call on 1 new person every 2 hours? Well, one of the things that I found from the top salespeople is that they cluster their calls. And what does that mean? Is they don't drive from one end of town to the other to make 1 call and all the way back to make another call. Is what they do is they plan their day so that they make all of their calls within a reasonable distance of time. So they're spending more time face-to-face with customers, less time driving. That's something to think about. However, I can promise you this, if you decide to call on 4 people a day, because of what is called the law of probabilities. Now, probabilities, by the way, are not theories, they're not ideas, they're not hopes and dreams. They're mathematically based going back 300 years, that if you call on 4 people a day, the probabilities are that you will make twice as many sales and earn twice as much money. And I had a gentleman come up to me, a nice guy, and he said he came to my seminar a year ago. And he came up to me at the seminar and spoke to me. He said, you know, this is all motivational fat trash from California, because there's no way. I've been in my business for 11 years, and there's no way I could double my income just by calling a couple of people a day. I said, well, all I ask is that you give it a try. Why don't you give it a try? And he said, well, I'll give it a try. I said, I will prove to you that what you're saying is not true. I'll prove it. Robert came up and was a little bit embarrassed. He said, the next week I wrote down carefully and I fastidiously called on at least 4 or if not more people every single day. He said, am I even back? He said, I don't know where the sale is going to come from or what the sale is going to be, but the very fact of the law of probabilities, if you just call on more people, the odds are that you will call on more people who buy. And the people who buy will buy more. It's a law on your side. So if you want to double your income, I can tell. Don't call on 4 people a day. Now you'll find that the highest paid salespeople call on 6 people a day or 8 people a day. As they love this law. It's a principle. It's guaranteed to make you rich. So that when you see me in person, and I look forward to it, you'll say, you know, that one idea changed my life, it made me rich. And you go from living in whatever house you're in to a big house on the hill, you put you some private schools, you take your vacation, Europe. I mean, why not? Why not? That's all different ways to do it. I'm going to give you some more ideas. I say, so, first of all, there's a formula. And the formula for sales success is work all the time you work. Work all the time you work. When you work, work. Don't play around. Don't sit in Starbucks drinking coffee. Don't hang around the office. Peter Drucker once said that if you're in sales, you should not be in the office. And the reason is why? It's because there's no customers in the office. So if you're spending time in the office, it means that you're deliberately avoiding speaking to customers. One of the greatest obstacles to sales success for me when I was young is fear. It's fear of rejection. It's fear of failure. It's fear of disappointment. So who are the people that reject us? They're potential customers. So what do? Is we don't talk to them. And we don't get rejected. Oh, aren't we clever? Still happy with ourselves. The fact is we don't make any money. Now here's the rule. When customers are available to be seen, spend 80% of your time with customers. The other 20% of your time you can spend warming up and warming down and traveling and parking your car and so on. But spend 80% of your time with customers. And as soon as you do that, I promise you, you'll have your income. And the interesting thing is, the more customers that you talk to, the better you get. You become more comfortable, you become more fluent, you become more personable, and as you make more money, you become more positive and more confident. So as you talk to more people, it starts to take you less time to make more sales. And it's been true decade after decade after decade. When you're in school, when you go to school as a little boy, little girl, and the very first thing you notice when you go to school, and usually you're very nervous, is there's a whole lot of other kids your same age, right there in school. And what do you do with other kids your same age? You play. You play. So now you grow up and you go through junior high and high school, and in high school you begin to play different games. And you get into university that you can play some really neat games with your fellow students. And now you get your first job, and you go to work and you're nervous. Some people are so nervous the first day of work they throw up and they can't get out of bed. But there you are, you go and you get your first job, you go in and they introduce you around, and what do you notice? There's a lot of other young people here. What do you do with young people? You play! Yes! And so people automatically, because of the law of habit, people automatically see that workplace is a play place. And so they go to work and they go and talk to their friends and they drink coffee and they check their email and they tell jokes and they ask how people are going and what they watched on television last night. The average salesperson doesn't make their first call until 11 a.m. They spend the first 2 or 3 hours of their day warming up and talking to their friends and, oh my God, it's lunchtime. So they go out for lunch, an hour and a half, 2 hours, then they come back and, oh, the day's almost over, so maybe they will make another call, maybe they won't. And it's an awful thing, but whatever you do repeatedly, over and over, becomes a habit. Most people have the habit of wasting your time. So the way that you're going to change your life is you're going to develop new habits and make them your masters. These habits are going to control you. And the habit is work, all the time work. When you get up and go to work, you say, hi, how are you? Bang, bang, pick up your stuff and hit the road. There's no sales in the office because there's no customers in the office. Only go where the customers are. So the next thing is what we call the law of three. Now, whatever your field you're in, what I have found is if you make a list of everything that you do in the course of a day or a week, and go over the list, and I've done this with more than 1,000 business owners in intense coaching exercises. So you take the law of three and you say, okay, ask yourself this question. If you could only do one thing on this list, and most people have about 20 or 30 things that they do. If you could only do one thing on this list, before you were called out of town for a month, which one activity would contribute the greatest value to your company and yourself? And usually this answer jumps out at you. It's clear. And of course, if you're in sales, it's talking to a customer. If marketing business, and I'm gonna talk about that a little bit later. So you're in the marketing business. That means that your job is to find people who want and need and can benefit from your product or service and persuade them to buy it from you rather than from someone else. That's it. If you do that, you'll have a wonderful life. If you don't do that, you'll have a questionable life. So that's it. So what you do is you look at all the things that you do, and you ask, if I could only do one thing on this list, what one activity would help me and serve my company better than anything else? And of course, in business, it's calling on customers. It's getting face to face, as we say, head to head, knee to knee, with people who can and will buy and pay within a reasonable period of time. So then you ask the second question, if I could only do two things on this list, what would be the second most valuable thing that I could do for myself and my company? And then finally, question number three, if I could only do three things on this list, what would be number three? Now here's what we have found. No matter how long your list is, those three will account for 90% of your income, 90% of the quality of the car you drive, the home you live in, the restaurants you go to. 90% of all your success is determined by three activities. It's called the law of three. Now, when I started off my career, I had a wonderful habit. And that was, I was picked up by IBM. Somebody from IBM attended one of my seminars, and they liked it so much, they called the president of IBM. Oh, the president of IBM, because IBM has an open door process. Anybody in the company can speak to anybody else. They can go around everybody to the president. He said, you've got to get this guy into IBM. And they did, and they booked me 30 different times to speak in IBM. And IBM, when I was working with them, they had 82% of the world market for computers. 82%. They were the gods, they were the giants of the industry. And then they started to make some mistakes, which is a part of history. But their sales started to drop, and the company started to lose money, and they started to talk about breaking up the company into smaller units. And they brought in a new president. And the new president said, I don't learn much about computers. I said, I've never had one, I never turned one on. He said, I sure know about selling. And what he did is he turned that company into a selling machine again, and the company was straight up. And they used the law of three. And the law of three was every single person in the company was required to sit down and identify the three most important tasks. And every single manager was required to work with each person on those three and make sure that they were getting proper training, proper support, and everything else. And the company just increased their sales by billions and billions of dollars with the law of three. One of the richest men in the world today, who I admire very much, is Warren Buffett. And Warren Buffett started off 50 years ago with a small fund, which he turned into Berkshire Hathaway. And he's asked all kinds of questions because he's one of the richest self-made billionaires in the history of the world. And they asked him, what's your secret to success? And his answer, I love the answer, his answer was, my secret to success is simple. I just say no to everything except my big 2 or 3 tasks. Every day I've got 2 or 3 tasks. If I do them and do them really well, that's where I'll make the greatest contribution. And I say no to everything and anything that is not those 2 or 3 tasks. And I thought, wow, one of the richest men in the world, some he has been occasionally the richest man in the world. And he just says no. And he says no to anything that is not generating revenue, that is not improving his business in some way. So if you want to be financially successful, that's a good start. Say, all right, I'm going to take Warren Buffett as my role model, and if he says no to wasted, useless tasks, then that's what I'm going to do from now on. And I promise you, your co-workers will not like it. The co-workers will criticize you behind your back. They'll say, what do they say? I heard this so many times. They say, oh, he's no fun anymore. She's no fun anymore. All he or she wants to do is work. But they don't want to be social and friendly and go for lunch and have drinks and things like that. Remember, if they can't pay you any money, their opinion of you is of no value. The only thing that of value is the people who pay your paycheck and your home life. So that law of three is really important. Of course, Pareto in 1895, and we said that 20% of the people earn 80% of the money, and 80% of the people earn 20% of the money. Now, I began teaching that, and I began studying it because it's called the Pareto principle, it's called the Pareto equation, but basically it's a 70-20 rule. And you know what I found? I found that everybody in the top 20% in your business started where? In the bottom 20%. Everybody's at the top as much at the bottom, and then they decided, this sucks. I'm tired of worrying about money, thinking about money, pinching my money, deciding how hungry I am by looking at the right-hand column, the menu. No, I'm not going to do that anymore. And they decided, my God, I'm going to earn more money. And it's wonderful. When you make that decision, you find that nobody's stopping you. It's not as if there's some great conspiracy in the universe holding you back from making all the money that you want. Not at all. All you have to do is develop the same skills that other people develop to earn the kind of money they're earning. So make a decision today. And those 3 words, make a decision, are the life-changing words. Make a decision that by the time you're going to be in the top 20%, maybe not in a month or 2 months, but in 3 months, 6 months, you're going to be in the top 20%. And then don't do anything that doesn't move you to the top 20%. So we're supposed to be talking about productivity. Well, we are talking about productivity. Because in order for you to follow these ideas that we're talking about, you've got to become more productive. You've got to produce more value. And the really word in our business is the word contribution. Contribution. You've got to increase the value of your contribution. And when you're working, this is not school, it's not kindergarten, it's not the playground. When you work all the time you work. Just go to work, say hi, how is everybody, and then hit it like a race driver, slamming on the accelerator, just hit it, and hit it all day long. And I'm going to tell you something absolutely wonderful. As you start to get better at your business and earn more money, you start to feel wonderful about yourself. You start to feel happy all the time. You start to feel powerful, like you're in charge of your life. It's the most amazing thing. So only associate with people who you admire and you want to be like. If you don't admire them, you don't look up to them, if you don't burn a candle to them on your altar, don't hang around with them. Because you become like the people you hang around with. You don't not only consciously, but unconsciously, you adapt their own ideas and attitudes and opinions and things like that. Associate with winners. I remember a salesman came to me, he owned a company that had about 28 salespeople, and he was a junior salesperson down, giving some brochures, going on prospects and so on. And he noticed that there were about 6 or 7 top salespeople, and they all associated with themselves. They kind of broke off like cattle in a herd that broke off. And they didn't really spend any time with the junior salespeople, just themselves. And so he began to watch them and take notes. When they came to work, they all came to work by 8 o'clock in the morning. The others would stroll around 9 and get some coffee and maybe go out for coffee and stuff. No, they would come in before 8 o'clock and then they prepare the day. And make out a list, prepare the day, they arrange their appointments, make the phone calls and so on. And then they'd be gone. And they come back at lunchtime, put in orders, get materials, things like that, go back out again. So he went over and asked one of them for some advice. And that person said, well, sure, well, how do you plan your day? He said, well, this is what we found works, and he showed it. He said, thank you so much. He wrote it down, and he started to do the same thing. And then he began to ask little bits of advice from the other top people. And sort of like a bird spreading its wings, they spread their wings and they kind of embraced him. And they kind of took him in. So he spent his time with them. And they gave him advice. The most amazing darn thing was in a year, he was one of the top salespeople in the company. Within 2 years, he was receiving awards at the national meeting. Within 3 years, he was one of the top salespeople in the country. It was the most amazing darn thing. He said he just patterned himself after the very best people. Whatever they did, he did. Until finally, he got as good or better at it than they were. And you can do the same thing. When other people, countless people have done it, you can do as well. Because you can just take what I'm teaching you, practice it tomorrow. You don't have to watch it, you can practice it this afternoon, if you like. So what else do we have here? Okay, we're going to leave you with 4 keys to practice to increase your productivity, performance, output, and income. And then we'll have to stop this and shift gears and talk about what I call customer relations, or what I call customers for life, which is so important. But anyway, there are 4 different ways that you can change your life. And I have taught this to my coaching clients, and my coaching clients were earning between $100,000 and $500,000 a year, some with gusts to $1 million. And these simple little ideas, and all the best ideas, by the way, are simple. So here's the 4 keys to improving your life. Number 1, you can do more of certain things. You can do more of certain things. So what should you be doing more of? What should you be doing more of? And by the way, this sounds like such an obvious question. Nobody asks it. Nobody does it. You say, what should I be doing more? And the answer is, you do more of what's working. What's working the best? What's giving you the best results? What's giving you the highest payback for your time? What's giving you the highest amount of money for your efforts and so on? They always ask, what should I be doing more of? And sometimes it's one thing that you do more of. You know that millionaires and billionaires, and I have this great composer, I wrote a book on the subject, on the habits of millionaires and billionaires. They all get up by 6 a.m. and get their day started. They get up at 6 a.m., they exercise, they study their craft. Sometimes they read spiritual books, sometimes sales books, and they hit the road. By 7:30, they're in the office by 8, and they're working, and they just get it all day long. Average people get up at the last possible minute, drag themselves downstairs and turn on the television. Then they drink some coffee and they roll off to work and get to work, and as we say, I'm sorry, working until 11 o'clock. So number 1, what should you be doing more of? Number 2, what should you be doing less of? And of course the answer is you should be doing less of those things that don't pay you anything. Why are you spending time during the workday doing stuff that doesn't pay you anything? That's so dumb. Because remember, the law, it's called the law of the replaceable alternative. The fact is that if you're doing stuff that doesn't pay, that means you can't be doing stuff that does pay. And so you don't do stuff that doesn't pay. You only do stuff that pays. And you discipline yourself. You treat yourself really tough. Remember, what was it Zig Ziglar used to say? That if you'll be hard on yourself, life will be easy on you. But if you insist upon being easy on yourself, life is going to be very hard on you. And so this is the third way that you can change your life. You can start doing something brand new, something you've never done before. And this is really hard because most people, including myself, everybody, gets into a comfort zone. They slide into a comfort zone. As Jim Rohn used to say, the only difference between a comfort zone and a grave is the depth. It's always like that. So therefore, you get into a rut. You get into this rut, and you start doing things that aren't really working, but you're comfortable at them, and you relax, and you hang around with people who are also doing the same thing. Not for you. You say, what should I be doing differently? And then you ask, law 3, what one thing, if I did it really well, would increase my income more than any other single skill? What one skill, if you develop it and did it over and over, would increase your income more than any other skill? And when I ask that question, you know the answer. The answer just pops into your mind. And then if you're like most of you start thinking, well, I should do that, but I can't because, you know, I'm not old enough or young enough or skilled enough or experienced. You start thinking of all your favorite excuses. And one of the great reasons for failure in life is people fall in love with their excuses and defend them, and defend them, and defend them, and hug them, and love them, and share them with their friends. Let me tell you why my life sucks. Here's my favorite excuse. What's yours? Anyway, the fourth way that you change your life is stop doing certain things altogether. it's called zero-based thinking. I've done strategic planning now for more than 1,000 large corporations worldwide in the last 35 years. And one of the things that I teach workbooks, exercises, groups, is zero-based thinking. And in zero-based thinking, you ask yourself this question: is there anything that I'm doing that, knowing what I now know, I wouldn't start doing again today if I had to do it over? Now, how can you tell if you have a zero-based thinking situation? And the answer is simple. It's called stress. Look at your life. What are those stress points? Points that keep you awake at night, the points that make you mad, the points that you grumble about to other people. Those are those things where you say, if I was not doing this now, today, knowing what I now know, would I start it up today? And if the answer is no, then the next question is, how do I get out of this and how fast? How do I get out of this and how fast? And it is astonishing. Every company I've ever worked with, when pushed to the fire, pushed their feet to the fire, admits this person shouldn't be here. This product is not the right product for us. This market, this method of promotion, advertising, and so on. There's always something that people have made a commitment to, but knowing what they now know, they have to do it over, they never do. And so I ask you that question: whenever you feel stress or happiness or any part of your life, ask, knowing what I now know, would I start doing this again today? And if the answer is no, how do you get out and how fast? So let me say thank you with regard to that. Let us shift gears and let me talk to you about the second thing that Eric wanted me to talk to you about, and that has to do with personal productivity, performance, and customer relations, which is the second real part. In business, the interesting thing about business is this, is that you have three functions. Function number one is to make sale. Function number two is to make the customer so happy that they buy from you that they buy again. No company can survive until the weekend if it does not have repeat business. So the entire focus of everything you do, once you get a customer, is to get the customer to buy from you again. And number three is to make the customer so happy that they bring their friends and tell their friends to buy from you as well. They wrote a book a few years ago. It was written by the top consultants at Bain Company, and the book was called The Ultimate Question. The Ultimate Question, and I loved it. And the ultimate question was this: is after you have dealt with a customer, you stop and you say, may I ask you a question? And the customer, of course, will say yes. And you say, tell me, based on your experience with me, with us, would you recommend us to others? Now, what they found was that this is the hardest single question that determines the future of your business. And that companies who build their entire public relations, sales, customer relations around this question are massively more successful than companies that aren't. Give you an interesting story. One of the companies that embraced this question was a little company that rented used cars from a downtown garage for people who were getting repairs. And they had somebody drive it up to the car repair place and drop off the used car and back and so on. And they came across this, would you recommend us to this question? And they were just basically an average company making average money, renting out used cars and so on. And so they began asking their customers, based on their experience with us, would you recommend us to others? And if not, why not? And if so, why? What is it that we did that you like so much? The name of the company was Enterprise Rent-A-Car. And Enterprise Rent-A-Car went on from that little garage, I think it was in St. Louis. It went on to start to gobble up car companies. And today it's the biggest single car rental company in the world. And most of the cars you rent are owned by, the car rentals are owned by Enterprise. They keep the name here, keep the name there. But what Enterprise did is everybody in the company was graded on how their customers answered that question. So if all you did was that, so that everybody who bought from you, they visited with you, said, yes, based on my experience with you, I would recommend you to others. Well, thank you so much. Who would be the first one you'd recommend us to? Referrals are the business of tomorrow. Referrals are what make you rich. Steve Jobs, came up with the idea after years of problems, and they threw him out, and he came back in again. And when he came back in about 1997, 697, he asked them, how are we doing financially? And they said, well, mutter. And so we had the accountants come in, and it turns out they had 2 months left to live. 2 months left to live. They would be bankrupt. And that's why they had given them the car, abandoned ship. And so he said, how many products do we have? Well, nobody could answer that question, so he sent out the top executives to do the research team. 104 products. How many of them are profitable? 4. And so what he did, he said, we're going to have to cut back on all of these products that are money losers. And everybody said, no, I worked so hard in this division, we're so hard. But Jobs was pretty adamant. He said, we're on the verge of bankruptcy. We can't be selling products and losing money every single time, times 100 products. And they said, well, that makes sense. So basically, he just cut it back, and he had a new recommendation, or cut it back to 4 products, and they eliminated 100. Now he's out of money. It's a great story, by the way. It's in the books. And he's got 2 months to live, and he said, I've got to find someone with money. Who do I know with money? The one person he had been chastising and insulting and attacking for years was Bill Gates. Every time they're on the stage, he would talk about how Apple was a modern company of the future, and Bill Gates was an old, stodgy, antique, obsolete company, and so on. And now here he is, and he's got 2 months to live. So he calls Bill Gates, and he says, Bill, he said, we're going to go bankrupt in 2 months unless we get some money. So I'm calling you because you're the only person I know who's got the money. He said, can you lend us some money? And you know what Bill Gates said? He said, no. He said, I'm going to lend you money. He said, I'll buy stock in Apple. He said, Apple is too important a company to go out of business. So I'll buy stock so I'll be on the same level as you in terms of risk. And we'll work together to save the company. And he did, and they did. Apple just passed the $1 trillion mark. It's one of the 7 companies in the history of the world that's now worth $1 trillion. And at that time, it was basically run out of the garage or was on the verge of bankruptcy. Really interesting. But the main thing is that they did a study after Apple bought out the iPod and then the iPhone. They did a study after 5 years. They had about 1 billion owners of iPhone. And they found that 90%, they asked them a question, based on your experience with us, would you buy from us again? Would you recommend us to your friends and family? 90% of Apple customers said, we're going to buy the next Apple that comes up. 90% said we'd recommend you to anybody who was thinking of buying a phone. At that rate, 90%, there's nothing to stop them from becoming one of the most profitable companies in the world. So that's a wonderful model for you to have. What do you need to do for people to tell everybody what a good company you are and how great your products are? Because that is the key to repeat sales and referral sales. Many companies now have one metric that they target at the end is how many referrals did we get today? And there's a big numerical board up there, and you can see it from anywhere in the company, bing, 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 in terms of referrals. And everybody works to take such good care of their customers that they get referrals. So when we talk about business, I've got a couple of things I want to share with you. And Eric told me I should spend a little bit longer, so I don't want to kill you guys, but some things that I think are absolutely priceless. There's 3 choices that a customer has when they talk to you. They can buy your product, they can buy your competitor's product, or they can buy no product at all. So the question is, what is the one reason? Now here's an interesting thing. You have many product benefits and all kinds of things that your product or service can do and so on. But customers always buy buy a product or service for one reason. Now, the reason will change, the reason will be different, the reason will change by product and by customer. But there's always one reason. If we call this in sales, we call this thought button. This is the one thing that causes the nickel to drop, if you like. Yes, I like all the different things that you do, but that's the one. That's the one that I like the most. So what is your hot button? And if you don't like a sale and they buy from your competitor, what was your competitor's hot button? What does your competitor have? That one special sauce, if you like, that causes people to buy from your competitors. And then the next question is, how can you neutralize that perceived benefit? Because if you can't, you're just on your way out of business. So it's really, really important. And what are the people who buy nothing? Peter Drucker once said that the non-customer, the one who buys neither from you or from the competitor, is the hugest market of all. And so the great question, and that's what Josh did with iPhone, is how do you get people who haven't bought anything in our industry to become our customers? What do you have to persuade them of so that they feel so confident that they will buy from you? When I started off my career as a speaker, we do charge a reasonable amount to speak. And I was asked by an executive, senior executive, unknown. He said, you know, that's a lot of money. Well, it really wasn't. But I said, yes. He said, that's sort of what one charges to do a half-day leadership seminar for your executive staff at the annual meeting. He said, well, how can I be sure that I'm going to get my money's worth? I mean, how can I be sure that I'm not going to look like a jerk for putting you in front of my senior people? And so I came up with an answer that has been my guiding answer all my life. I said, I'll tell you what, if you are unhappy for any reason, there'll be no charge. It's 100% unconditional, no questions asked guarantee. He said, well, what if I take advantage of it? I said, no, customers do not take advantage. All customers want is for you to deliver what you promised. If you deliver what you promised, I'm not going to ask for the money back. And that's what I have found in almost 40 years and almost 3 million customers in 84 countries. There's people in the depths of Africa and South America and Russia and China and everywhere. They don't ask for the money back if you give them what you promised, which was a good product, a good service. So therefore, when we paid, the turning point from me was unconditional guarantee. And my whole company, with 34 people prior to COVID, my whole company does the same thing. Anything that you buy from us, no time limit. We used to have a time limit, 50 days, 60 days. No time limit. If we're unhappy for any reason, we should make that. No question about it. And you know what our return rate is? We track it. 1 in 400. 1 in 400. Why? It's because if we have to satisfy our customers, we are going to do it. We will bend over backwards. We will do anything to make our customers happy. Because just between you and I, we don't want to give them their money back. And we don't have to, because our whole focus is on making our customers happy. Now, what I just gave you is the secret to success in marketing. Is customers, and going all the way back to Aristotle in 350 BC, he said the primal motive, the first moving factor of human behavior is to be happy, or to be happier. That whatever a person does, it is to achieve their own happiness or greater happiness. And so therefore, from all the way forward to today, to customers, why do customers buy a product or service? So that they will be happier and better off than they were before buying it. So therefore, your job is to make the customers happy. And how do you make them happy? You ask them, what would have to happen for you to be happy? What would have to happen for you to say, this was the best transaction I ever run into, best I ever bought? And ask them, and then buy them, deliver it. And deliver it in spades, because that's your business. Many people go into business and their idea is that they can get people to buy, con people into buying a product or service. No, that's not your goal. Their goal is to make their customers happy. And then I've written 92 books now. I just finished book number 92, which is called The Absolutely Unbreakable Laws of Money and Success. And in my books, one of the things that I point out is that, one of the books that I'm thinking of writing, I used to write 4 books a year, is what is called the factor, the ER factor. And what is the factor? It says, well, the secret to success is pretty simple, is you want to make your customers happier. You want to deal with them and serve them faster, better, easier, nicer, plumper. Always think of the factor. It's your job is to attach an ER on everything that customers want and make yourself so that your ER is better and greater than your competitors. The factor. You know, you want to be punctual, you want to be more punctual. Or you want to be friendly, you want to be friendly. You want to be polite, you want to be polite. Is it so you're always thinking in terms of how you get plus any behavior that you have with your customers, because that's what causes the customer to buy and buy again and tell their friends. And that's the great aim of success in business. Buy again and tell their friends. So one of the questions we ask is, why do people buy from a competitor? Why do they buy from a competitor? They can buy from you and your product or service, I'm sure is excellent. So why do they buy from someone else? And you have to find out. And one of the things that a really good salesman told me, he said that he made a presentation and he knew he was competing against someone else from another company. It was an expensive purchase. And so the customer decided that he would buy from the other company. And he went back to see him. He said, but I see you. I said, I'm not going to argue. You made your decision. I don't want to fight. But I'm really curious. I just need to talk to you for a couple of minutes. So then the customer said, he said, tell me, what was it about the other person that you made you buy from them? And this is a multi-$100,000 massive company-wide computer center. And he said, well, I hate to tell you, but he dresses better than you. He said, what? I mean, he said, this is my clothes, and I'm busy all the time. And he said, he looks better than you. And as a result, we have more confidence in his product. And he just couldn't believe it. And so he arranged to have lunch, to buy lunch from this competing salespeople. And they met in this restaurant. And he walked in, he looked at the guy, and the guy was beautiful. Beautiful, tailor-made suit, silk tie, probably coiffed, beautifully dressed, no facial hair, looked beautiful. And he sat with him for lunch, and he looked at himself. He looked a little bit like a mom. And he never, ever dressed like that again. Changed his whole career. For some things, it's just as small as dress. I told you I worked for IBM. What IBM has is the IBM dress code. And everybody in IBM followed the IBM dress code. I remember a friend of mine worked for IBM for 25 years, and he showed up at work, and he came from sort of farm family. He showed up at work and he got on mitts and big collars and bell bottom shoes and everything. And his boss, the first day, said, what are you wearing? He said, well, this is the best, this is my best stuff. He said, here, you have a business card. And he said, go to this store and they'll set you up. So we went to the store and we walked in with the business card. And the store owner, menswear store, said, are you from IBM? He said, yes. He said, we get all the IBM people here on their first day of work. And we dress them properly. And so he dressed IBM. And the best compliment that I would hear in airports or hotels is, you look like you're from IBM. Because they knew that the way that you dressed and appeared, every little detail said something about the quality of your product or your service. They said something about the quality, how IBM would take care of you afterwards. You dress like a bum, that's the kind of bum service that you're going to get. And so IBM became the giant in the world. 82% of the world market, it was just astonishing. And they sued them, the antitrust division in Washington sued IBM for 13 years to try to get them to be found guilty of antitrust violation, doing something that enabled them to get so much of the market. And it must have been illegitimate. And so when Ronald Reagan came to office, they said, this harassment's got to stop. They said, fine. They said, then we want to interview a certain number of customers and ask them why they bought from IBM. Was it cut prices, special service, everything? And the answer was, we like IBM. They treat us so well, and their products work beautifully. And we had a service problem where somebody here rule within 2 hours. And anywhere in the world, IBM would not sell a computer unless they can have something in their service rep within 2 hours. And they just liked it. And they said, you cannot bring antitrust laws against IBM because they treat their customers so well. And they gave it up. And I remember speaking to sometime later to one of the lawyers. He spent most of his young career, first 13 years out of Wall Street, working on this lawsuit against IBM. He said, and it failed. He had lost it all. It hurt his reputation, it hurt his pride and everything else. So it's really important that you take wonderful care of your customers. If you don't love your customers, then get another product and sell it to a different type of customer. So what do we have here? Who is your primary competition? Who is your secondary competition? I want to give you just one really important section from one of the programs that I teach to large corporations. And it's called 10 Ways for you to make your product or service more attractive and desirable to your customer. And here's the interesting thing. There's 10 ways, but all we need is one. Is you don't have to be better in everything that you do. You just have to be superior in one area that's important to this customer. So how do you find out what's important to this customer? You ask questions and listen carefully to the answers. Asking questions and listening carefully to the answers is the greatest sales technique of all. My friend Tony Alexander, who's also a wonderful speaker, taught me this decades ago, and his answer was listening builds trust. Speaking doesn't build trust. Paperwork doesn't build trust. Packaging doesn't build trust. Listening builds trust. So you find that the very best sales professionals, business professionals, doctors, lawyers, architects, engineers who work with clients, you care about their opinion. And so basically I give you an entire sales professional way of working. It's just ask really good questions, listen closely to the answers. And at a certain point, if this is a good prospect, the nickel will drop. And they'll just like you. And they'll just want to do business with you. It's so simple. It's not manipulative, because all you want to do is find a way to discuss them very much. So here are the big 10, and then we'll wrap up here. Number one, you can improve the quality of your product. Improve the quality of your product. The little way to share, you'll find that the most popular product that's in the world today are products that are continually changing, upgrading, improving, and often at no cost. competitor comes out with something that has an added feature for the benefit of some client. They'll always be looking for ways to improve. And it only takes a very little improvement for the customer to be loyal to you, almost like they're just grabbing them onto you because you take care of them. Second is deliver your product faster. If you want to look at the most successful businesses in the world, a $2 trillion business is Amazon. And Jeff Bezos is the third richest man in the world, with $330 billion. And what was his idea? Just to deliver products quickly. Make it easy. You can order the product. The joke is you can order the product from Amazon today and then run to the front door because it's waiting for you. That's how fast it is. It used to be 7 days, then 6 days, then 5 days, and now it's a day, 2 days. It's unbelievable. People can't work out the time to go all the way to the store and buy the product and bring it home, rather than just buy it. And so Amazon is now one of the most incredible businesses in the history of the world, because anybody who wants anything can get it from Amazon. I used to sell programs and books and things like that from the front of the room, and now if I mention anything that sounds attractive, all the phones come out. And people are ordering it before I have a chance to even offer it. And by the time they get home, or the next day, it will be there. Number three is produce your product at a lower price. Produce your product at a lower price. And pass the savings on to your customers. That's why companies go overseas. They go to China, they go to Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. They go to places where they can really streamline manufacturing and lower labor costs. And then what they do is they make that product available at a lower price, always constant for the quality, or even improving the quality. And that makes a big difference. When you announce to your customers that you found a way to lower the price without reducing the quality, and then you ask you for it, oh, they brag about you amongst their friends. They're not going to believe it. Against their country, and all you need to ask for it. So number 4, offer better services than your competition. What services can you offer that they don't have? How am I doing, Alex? Is it okay?
You're doing great. You're doing fantastic.
Thank you. And number 5 is make your product easier to acquire. Make it easier to acquire. Is remember people like faster, easier, better, cheaper, newer, more responsive. Always that factor, that ER. Sometimes one thing will do it. One ER that you add that your competitors don't have will give you the edge. So I can jump over your competition and you're the one in front. And so always be looking for it. And get better guarantees than your competitors do. Remember I told you before that my guarantee for my products throughout my career is 100% unconditional guarantee of satisfaction or 100% of your money back, no trouble. No questions asked. You don't have to say you wanted this or that. No. All you have to do is say, I didn't like it. And so that increases the sales. Statistically, it increases the sales by 100%, 200%. And it causes the return rates to drop through the floor. People buy it, and if they're not 1,000,000% satisfied, they've got a whole life to send it back. So they'll take it and they'll try it or use it, and then they say, well, it's not that bad. And they never ask for the money back. Geez. Number 7, make your prices and terms more attractive. And that's a very simple way, but it's quite amazing. If you can give people, like they say, no payments until January. Well, things like that, it sounds very small, but it is enormous in the mind of a person whose budget is tight, is that they can get that in furniture, or the refrigerator, or a car, or a boat, or something, and they don't have to make payments until January. That's just amazing. How can you do it? And by the way, one of the most important things you do is watch your competition. Watch your competition. Your competition is thinking about you and watching you 24 hours a day, and they're looking for ways to beat you up. They're looking for ways to be more attractive. They're looking for ways to get the same customers that you want. So when you see your customer do this or do that or advertise business, don't dismiss it. Say, oh, well, they must have put a lot of thought into this. What can we do to plus them one? Is to match what they're offering, but give something else in addition. Number 8 is include additional products or services at the same price. Include additional products or services. What else can you add? One of the things they do in technology is they'll upgrade your product or your service with a download or an app or something like that, and they don't charge you for it. So now your product from them works even better, and there's no additional charge. Are you going to need it? Are you going to walk away from it? Are you going to go somewhere else? No. The more they can get you to upgrade their product, the product or service, the more loyal they will become. Number 9, offer a complete one-stop shopping experience. This is what many large companies do, many large retail outfits. As you go there, you can buy everything in this particular product line that you want. I remember when Walmart started off as a little store in Bentonville, Arkansas, and I worked with the Walmart people, and they've been very much. They came up with this idea that their customers were not very rich. There were a lot of poor customers, and the poor customers couldn't afford to make a buying mistake. Couldn't afford to make a buying mistake because they didn't have that much money. So what they did is they said, always low prices. And always low prices meant that no matter where you went, Walmart's would have the lowest price. And if you found a product for sale at a lower price than you paid at Walmart's, all you had to do was show the newspaper ad or something else, and they would instantly give you the difference back. And another thing that Walmart says, if you go to a normal department store and you walk in the door, they have a greeter. I've never seen a store other than Walmart that has a greeter, and they say, welcome to Walmart. Thank you for shopping with us. Is there anything I can help you with? And you say, well, I was thinking of getting a shirt or something. So let me show you where they are. Oh, no, just point me in the right direction. No. In Walmart's, pointing is a firing offense. Pointing to the customer is a firing offense. They take you through the shop, through the store, to what you're looking for, and show you the different things. They treat you like you're at a super expensive store. And then they go back to the front to deal with the next customer. Also, if you go to a normal department store and you want to get your money back, you have to go get a refund. You have to go to the 6th floor to the place in the back where the refunds are processed, and you have to take a number, like in a butcher shop, and you have to sit and wait, and then they call you, and then they ask you to explain why you want your money back and what is it about the product you don't like or anything else. What does Walmart do? Walmart has their refund department to the left of the door. So you walk in the door and you say, well, I'm going to get my money back on this. Oh, but over there, bang. And you're in the checkout line, and they don't ask you any questions. They compete with each other to see how fast they can get that money back in your hand. And so people who shop at Walmart say, I can never make a mistake. Ever, and you can either wear it or you don't use it. Sometimes they'll give you an empty bottle guarantee. They get shampoo or something else, and you use it all. You bring back the empty bottle, you get your money back. And that's why Walmart is the biggest single retail operation in the history of the world. Also, one of the big $7 trillion companies, and continuing to grow and grow and grow. And so finally, one-stop shopping experience for the average homeowner. And so you go there and you get virtually everything, including food, lumber, clothes, cars. And here's number 10. What are all the ways that you could make your product or services superior to your competition? What is one way that you can start on today? Better, cheaper, faster, easier to acquire, whatever it is. Always be thinking, because we are in a vicious competition. We're in a race, and the race race is on. And the other runners are the people who want the customer dollar the same as you do. And they're running and they want to pass you. They want to get that customer and please that customer and keep the customer and get referrals from the customer, and so do you. And so you always have to be thinking, what can I do to make the customer experience better, happier, faster, cheaper, easier, so that people buy from me and buy again and tell their friends. And never forget the golden question is, based on your experience with us, would you recommend us to others? And whatever they tell you to do it over and over. And the companies that have followed that, and enterprises, my favorite example, have become some of the biggest companies in the world, and of course, the most profitable. So, I really thank you very much for having me with our friends. And I hope that some of these ideas have triggered some thoughts and ideas in our own mind. And I hope it's been helpful to you. And as Eric and I talked about, the same thing is make more money. Is all we want you to do. It's called MMM. Is we want to help you to MMM from now on. And I hope we can in that direction. Hello, my son.
Hey, Dad. Good. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Awesome session. King of content right here. This guy. Put my mic on.
You taking over now?
I am taking over. Is that working? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Okay. So, this is my mentor, as you can imagine. And I want to tell you a short story about mentorship. So there was an opportunity. We went to Vancouver. I'm from Canada. I was born in Edmonton. My father was born in PEI. We have family in Vancouver. We were in Vancouver visiting family, and my dad looks at me and says, "Hey, Michael, do you want to go on a little hike?" And I said, "Sure, I'll go on a little hike." "What do you mean a little hike?" He's like, "Oh, just a small hike." And so I said, "Okay." And so we drove 45 minutes outside the city to the trailhead, and we got into the car, and we started this little hike. And it started off flat. We went over a dry riverbed, and then we came upon a mountain. Has anybody ever here hiked before? Have you hiked up the mountain before? Do you know what switchbacks are? Okay, so we started up the switchbacks. And keep in mind, I'm 15, strapping young lad, and he's in his mid-50s. So I'm thinking there's no way I can't keep up with this guy. And we start walking, and sure enough, my legs start burning, my lungs start burning, and he just keeps on chugging away. And minutes go by, half an hour goes by, and I start falling behind. So you can imagine this. He keeps on going, and I'm watching him, and he gets to the end of the switchback, and he disappears behind it. And so I try my hardest to get to the switchback, and and I turn, and I look, and I just see him disappear behind another switchback. And it went on like that all day. And eventually I lost sight of him completely. But 3 hours later, I met him at the top. And that's the lesson, is if you have a great mentor, you might not catch up, but you'll meet them at the top. Yeah. Yeah. So that's mentorship. And if you would like me and my father to be your mentor, my offer still stands, and it's unconditionally guaranteed. And you get your money back. If you don't like it for any reason, there's some order forms on the back table. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you so much for your time today. And is he still on?
No,
he's off? Okay.
He came in and he bounced off, and I was like, wait, don't go yet.
Yeah, well. Oh, another funny story. The reason why he can't hear very well is because my brother took him shooting last week. And he walked in there with just the little things in his ears and not the full, and he just starts blasting away. And so he fried his ears out. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Let me ask everybody here, how many of you enjoyed the presentation? You know, I told you what Brian Tracy, in my career, and there's millions of people that have learned from Brian. You don't have to go down much.
Oh.
And what I want you to understand right now, the program that Michael has created is a 3.0. Right? We're talking about Web 2.0, 3.0. And I want you to understand that. What I'm gonna do is anybody that wants to enroll in the program, we're gonna include 6 months of the Champion Mindset Speaking Mentorship Program. That's a $2,000 program. I'm gonna give that to you for 6 months. You can come every Monday to our live Zooms. If you're here local, you can come in our office and create content. Michael will be at the studio with us tomorrow. Everybody that rolls in this program will get a chance to do a podcast with myself and Michael, right? So what's the value to that for your business, right? What's the value right now, the hour we just spent with Brian Tracy, one of the most sought after, one of the most knowledgeable experts on the planet, right? I'm sure his son had to hear this year after year, and people pay tens of thousands of dollars, right? And we've done, I can't tell, countless seminars I've created with Brian. The only reason that I'm here is, and I have people like Les Brown and Brian Tracy, because no matter what happens, I show up. And I want you to understand, you have to always show up. You got to take, sometimes, we want more people, we want more money, but if you keep showing up, and I want you to remember what Brian said, sometimes you have to stop doing something for something else to go right in your business. Would you agree about that? And so if you're willing to take mentorship, if I showed you could make $100,000 with $1,000 investment, would you do it?
Yes.
How many would do it? Put your hands up. So what's stopping you? Fear? Money? I don't have it? Listen, I've done 10,000 presentations. J.B. Human has done 10,000 presentations, selling his father's programs, selling seminars. And my one thing I tell people is, if it was free, how many people are signing up tonight? How many of you signed up for my speaker training? Right? I ran the Les Brown Speaking Institute. I promoted Brian's seminars around the country for 20 plus years in 35 markets. We have a 8,000 square foot regenerative medicine clinic. We have a recovery zone. We have a call center. We have a shop, a media studio. I don't tell this to impress you. We put this together like a unicorn to help everybody in this room, because we got 3 things in life, right? You got your health, you got the ability to make money, and you got yourself, which means you got your family. Because at the end of the day, I said earlier, my good friend was here, Brian Zimberg, who met him, he said, I was late this morning because one of the members of my congregation's wife passed away. Do you think that his wife was here would care if we didn't have a full room? Or we've got a few minutes? No, because it's another day here on this side of the earth. How many of you agree? Yeah. And that day is going to come. So how do you want to serve your community? How do you want to serve people? So we make an offer. Is it the money? No, we can make the money work, right? It's all about where I am and where I want to go. And most people are stuck in what? Comfort zone. They want to get out. I want to be a podcaster. I want to get on a stage. You know how much Brian and Les charge you to speak on stage? I just watched Les charge somebody on $97,000, and they gladly paid it. Why? Why would they do that? Because Les charges $70,000 for a 1-hour speaking engagement. Brian charges similar. He didn't do that for free. He went overtime, but he gets paid to do that, right? You go, wow, how do I do that? Well, we want to help you get there. Whether you're in the medical business, whether you're a doctor, chiropractor, or just a business owner, you want to come and learn, because once you get better at what you do and you're at the highest level, what starts to happen? People are attracted to you. Somebody said, Eric, it's the first time I met you and I want to work at your events. I'm like, well, I sometimes don't look at myself that way, and I want you to all write this down. You can't see the picture when you're in the frame. And you're all in the frame right now. So when you're not in the frame, what happens? You now have a perspective of where I am, who I am, and where I want to go in my career. So 3 things I want to ask. If the program is free again, how many would take it? Put your hands up. Be serious. Serious. I'm not joking now. Because the bottom line is, right, the only thing that's stopping you is what? So it's not the time, it's the investment. And if we were able to help do that for you, how many would do it, right? If you could do it in 2 payments or 3 payments, right? We could discount it. But if you have a little skin in the game, this is what I learned. You take things more seriously, right, Matthew? Yep. He works with a lot of doctors. I charge a fee to do your marketing. I don't want to pay, but also they pay well. I'm making money. I'll keep paying, right? So please write this down. Whether you invest with us tonight and talk to us, make investments in your career. If you don't have 6 figures in the bank, invest it in yourself. That's not me talking. That's listening to Brian Tracy, because you know what I know? We are our best asset. You could do a Bitcoin deal. Somebody told me they got involved in some deal with Bitcoin, and then they stopped paying out. So it was a short-term deal. What I want you to understand right now is that you have an opportunity. You heard one of the greatest speakers on the planet. You have a son, right here, who is not only an expert in sales and training people. I mean, he's probably heard more seminars than any guy, right?
Yeah, more cold calls, more door knocks. I sold enterprise, I sold kind of health insurance professionals, medical professionals, practitioners, chiropractors. I know what you're saying. It's facts. I'll give you one better. I'll give you $79 a month for a year. And I'll increase the sessions from 6 to 12.
Wow. Wow, we lose money in every sale and we make it up on the bottom, right? Listen, he's making it so easy, it's called no-brainer.
Yeah. Anyone, if you don't feel that you paid at least $1,000 extra that month, or saved $100, I'll give you your money back. No questions asked.
Amazing. So here's what I'm going to do. If you'd like to do that, we have all the information here. Come see us or come to the back of the room. We'll pass that out. I only say this to you. Opportunities come around. They're like buses, right? There's another one coming around. That's another Brian Tracyism, by the way. I got a million of them, right? But I want you to understand, I built my career because I'm a guy who came from education. My parents were teachers, right? My father was, I'll never be a millionaire. My father is the example of the millionaire next door who never made millions of dollars, but he saved his money. And today, at 83, right, he can do a lot of things for his family. Right? I have a mother who worked her whole life. I get emotional. She's in a full-time memory care facility. This woman was a superintendent of schools in New York City. I'm here because you know why? I want to figure out, I don't want to be that person, and I want her to be there anymore. And how many of you know people that are dealing with that? Yeah. You know, my friend Gary, who's worked with me for 30 years, told me his father just passed, and his father had one of the most successful cleaning businesses in Denver. And if you know about Gary, Gary is one of the most successful seminar promoters, and he turned it into millions of dollars in real estate. You wouldn't even know. He walks around in shorts and a polo. The guy's the cheapest guy in the world. He got millions of dollars in the bank. And I didn't even know his father passed away in February from dementia. So I want you to understand, Dr. Halassa, Dr. AJ, these people are here. I believe in what they do because you have to look at what's going on in this country. I had a heart attack at 46. And I take pills every day to stay alive. You know what? I probably don't need to take those pills if I had a change of what my life is in terms of my health. So I encourage all of you. Tomorrow, we're going to be at our studio. How many are going to come tomorrow? Right? I mean, you need to come because now we're going to roll up our sleeves. We're going to share with you. Jeff's going to show us. I have people walk into his office. They've been in pain for 20 years, 15 minutes. They walk out, oh my God, I feel so good. Right? And they still don't want to pay. Even though we solved their problem, oh, it's still not good enough. Understand, when you feel good, what does it do? You can work longer. You can do things longer. You can endure stress. When you're not feeling good, what does it do? It affects your family life. It affects your health. It affects the ability to make money. When you're younger, it's easier. When you get older, somebody told me, it gets harder. I'm like, you're full of it. He's right. Right? Because as you get older, things change, right? Things break down. So you got to live as healthy as you can, as long as you can. Those from Boca, Boynton, North. You know, my dad's 83. His cousin's 94. Her secret to success, you know what it is? One, I get around people that are young. I always learn something new, and I keep a young spirit. So you don't ever think like, I'm old. Like, I'm 56 years old. I'm old. People are you're not old. Les Brown's 78, 79. How many of you saw Les Brown was here on the Zoom this morning? I mean, you saw that. Yeah. Supporting Dr. Cosgrove with Balance Back, right? Because it helped him. Les Brown's a good friend of mine. He called me. He said, Eric, I got this product. I got to come to one of the shows. And we were at the AMMG show. And Marie came down with her team like the next day. I'm like, yeah, sure. That's about taking action. Yeah. And you know what? There's no reason why Les, Brian, Michael, myself, everybody in this room should not have the same thing. You deserve your best health. You you deserve to create wealth, and you deserve to not only take your message. How many of you have a message you want to share? How many of you have a message you want to share with people, right? So this is the opportunity. We can help you build a podcast. We can help you write your book. Lisa's here. She helps people write books. Mr. Pat Ziemer is writing a compilation book with Mr. Brian Tracy, right? Powerful. He's already done one with Jack Canfield, right? I'm jealous. Lisa got a signed copy. I didn't. I got to pay for it. But here's what I want you to understand. Follow your passion. Don't be afraid to follow your passion. If you're always living for dollars and transactions, that's all you're going to get. It's about relationship. We had a top real estate speaker come in. He said, listen, time's tight. It's about the relationship. I know Brian's coming. I'll come back at another day. It's about the relationship. I'm not here about, so understand this is all about relationships. So we love to see you tomorrow. I think it's powerful. Two things I want to let you know. We're going to let out here. We're a little late. We have hors d'oeuvres. We have a bar outside. We have Mr. JB, not JB, our JB, but JB, the sax player, playing a little music. For those who are invited to the dinner, that's going to happen following that. So, before we end, Michael, is anything that you want to share before we close out? He offered this at $9 a month now. Was it $79 a month? I mean, guys, do it in 1 or 2 or 3 payments. Here's why I'm going to tell you why. Because when it's not a lot of money, your investment is low. If you have to stretch a little, guess what's going to happen? You're going to take it seriously. And what did he offer you? If you don't like it, he's going to give you your money back anyway. Right? So you've got that, and I'm going to give you 6 months of our mentorship program. We'll help you tell your story and get to that next level. So before I wrap up, Michael, anything you want to share?
I'll just say this without the microphone. I do this because I'm passionate about it. You don't make an investment in yourself, you won't go through the program. You won't get the benefit, period. So, I mean, if it's about the money, then I get that. Some people don't have it. So I'm not trying to take your money. I'm really trying to help you. So I'll even let you decide how much you think you should invest in yourself, and I'll take that price. I mean, I've never done that before. You choose the price. Don't insult me. You choose the price, and we'll go there. Go ahead.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, I think that's great. So if you're coming tomorrow, we're going to be starting at about noon, 11, 12. We'll be there at 9. You'll get to see all of our equipment, all our products. If you want to try red light, sign up. We do 10-minute, 15-minute treatments. You want to go much longer than that. Jeff will have some amazing things going on in the clinic. And again, if you want video, podcasting, content, come see us. I think it's real powerful. I'm going to bring up Mr. Bernard Jennings and Ethan Jennings. How many of you signed up for the raffle to win a trip? Nobody? All right. Is this the 50-50 or which one is this? Which one is this? Oh my goodness, we give it 5 3 nights a day vacation.
10 years, at least 10 years, and he's the vice president of this King Gardens Chamber of Commerce, or the Federal Chamber of Commerce, located in this King Gardens. We have satellite offices within the chamber and West Hill office. Dr. Jeff, say hi, Dr. Jeff.
So we're giving away some free 3-day, 2-night vacations. You don't have to sit in the timeshare presentation? No. Okay, no timeshare. 3-day, 2 nights, anywhere you want to go. We can go to Aventura, Hialeah, wake everybody up. All right, let's get it. You can pull it out.
So, some person outside probably have tickets, so we can pull these 5 tickets.
How many of you have tickets? Anybody have tickets? Never got one.
They're $5, 17 for $5. Right.
All right, 958-3096. 958-3096. That's me. That's you. JT, there you go. Yeah, right here. There you go. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Nine 958-3239. 958-3239. Not here. All right, next. You're gonna still be able to get it outside. All right, next. You got the two? I got the two. Okay. The next one. What's the next one? 958-3163. Another one will be winning. Did anybody here not have tickets? All right, no problem. Next. What were the numbers? What was the number? Oh, the last one was 3163. 3163. All right, and the next one is 3100. 958-3100. I got 3, and here's the next one. 958-3118. Who's that? All right, there you go. Cool. You got, let's see, you got one more. Yeah, he's good. 958-3131. 3131. Who's got it? Did you know the number? You kidding me, right? There you go. It's 3131. Hey, I got 3131 too. 3118. 3100. 3163. 3239 and 3096. Listen, he won twice. The fix is it. What? 2 minutes? What's that? All right, well, go see Bernard. 3239. All right. Jake, can you come up for a minute here? Jake, come on up. This is James Bruce, one of our business partners. He helps us fill events. He's connected on we know each other over 25 years. Again, I've worked with people for so many years. It's all about relationship. He helped us promote the event. He brought some of the healthcare professionals, experts. I want to give him a minute. He wants to introduce you. I think Mr. Drucker left already, or Dr. Drucker. Maybe, but I'll skip it. You give him the 911, and so he'll be with us tomorrow. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. Well, my background was a physicist in DC for a little over 14 years with a degree in biology, and did a bestseller published in '91 on frequency therapies for health, and also helped launch a company in the US in the late 80s with no literature in English that has done about 20 billion in sales from Japan. So, and I didn't make any money. I did it for the fun of it, just like I helped him for the fun of it. And also, it's all about relationships. And so right now, what I do, because our doctor, he'll be here tomorrow if you want to talk tomorrow. But, and he's a world-class, one of the best and very passionate about what he does. He works in a regenerative medical clinic with another person that's I'm going over time. So,
yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay, so to wrap it up here, let's see, what was I going to say?
Come join us tomorrow.
Yeah,
Dr. Schreiber will be there. Go ahead.
Another 30 seconds. So, what we do, and I have a team of what I call resultants, is help people to bring in the future of healthcare and medicine leadership. I've been working for over 30 years, serving on the Board of Trustees, Board of Governors, Board of Advisors of universities to change education, change healthcare. I'm a disruptor, so if I can help anybody, I'd be happy to. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you, JP. All right, I'm going to bring Larry. He came all the way from Chicago. He drove here. He saw his company Fresh Now. It's a nano toothpaste. I've been using it. This stuff is amazing. By the way, and you're going to hear from Michael. He's got an amazing story. If you got your pendant, Larry, go ahead. And right after this, JB Sachs is going to be on. He's been waiting patiently. Thank you. We have hors d'oeuvres from everybody in the open bar. Okay, go ahead, sir. Give me 5 minutes of that.
Thanks, Brian. I'm Larry O'Brien. I'm the founder and creator of Fresh Mouth. Fresh Mouth is an advanced oral health care cleaning system. oral healthcare cleaning system. So we're a non-fluoride company. We don't believe in fluoride. Fluoride is actually toxic waste. Anybody that's not aware of fluoride, they should really do some research. Fluoride is literally the waste byproduct of making chemical phosphate fertilizers, and it poisons our body. Our bodies are constantly bombarded because it's in our water, it's in our toothpaste, it's in our cookware. And our bodies can't actually handle fluoride, so it absorbs into our bones, causes bone fluorosis, which is osteopenia, arthritis, and things like that. It's extremely toxic to our body. It's actually the #1 cause of tooth decay in America today. It's fluorosis. That's literally caused by fluoride. So not a good thing. We've been taught all our lives that fluoride is really good and healthy for our teeth, but it's not. But when you get into non-fluorinated toothpaste, they're not good for us either. Unfortunately, that's because they lack the ability to kill bacteria that causes tooth decay. And that fluoride does do that. Not that I advocate for it, but it does. So what we've done differently is instead of using like all natural toothpaste, like I said, which are good for it, we focus on the fact that there's nothing out there that actually does do that that's healthy for us. And we use silver. I don't know how many people are familiar with silver, but colloidal silver is one of the most powerful antibacterial products known to man, but it does a lot of amazing things for our body as well. Like boost our immune system, more than vitamin C. It's a healing agent, so it literally heals our body. It boosts our immune system, makes us more resistant to sickness and illness. And silver also is a regenerative, has regenerative properties. So it actually heals, and we use silver nitrate in hospitals that regrows skin on burn victims, literally regrows it. So in our mouths, we use silver in our toothpaste. It literally regrows our teeth. The only thing that's clinically proven to actually heal our teeth, heal our cavities, heal cracks in teeth without actually having them filled. So not having to go to the dentist to get a cavity filled because your teeth actually heal themselves. That's kind of what our product does. It's also really healthy for your gum tissue as well. So we do what we call a nano silver toothpaste, which is very advanced and does some pretty amazing stuff. And it also gets into our bloodstream, which actually heals our body. It makes us, again, boosts our immunity, makes us more resistant to sickness and illness. So it's kind of an overall health product because it does so much, but our mouth is so important to our overall health. People don't realize it. So we kind of focus on that, and I don't want to take up too much time for everybody, but if you'd like to learn more, Roots Outside, and we have a couple different products that we use that are kind of non-fluoride based that are actually healthy alternatives for you and help us instead of poison. With that, I'll introduce Mike. Mike's going to come up and talk about hypertension.
Where's the brown? Where's the brown?
Give it up there. Come on, give it up to Mike.